You've been told that change takes time, that you need the right plan, the right mindset, the right moment to finally become the person you want to be. But if that were true, why do so many people keep waiting and waiting and never begin? Why do you still feel held back by yesterday's mistakes, last year's fears, and old versions of yourself that no longer fit? The truth is, transformation doesn't happen someday. It happens today. It happens now. Because every day is a new chance to become a better you. Not through perfection, not through force, but through awareness, kindness, and one small brave step forward. Buddhist wisdom has whispered this truth for centuries. Each morning is a reset, each breath is a beginning, and the past has no power when you choose to start again. You don't need a new life to change. You just need a new moment. Tonight, as you listen to these lessons, something inside you will shift. The pressure will ease, the noise in your mind will soften. You'll feel yourself returning to a place of clarity and calm, as if the weight you've been carrying finally knows how to let go. And when you open your eyes tomorrow, the world will feel different. Not because the world changed, but because you did. Stronger, softer, more awake to the chance in front of you. This isn't just another message to relax to. This is your reminder, your invitation, your moment to begin again. Every day is a new chance to become a better you. Are you ready? Let's begin. And now that your mind is open just a little wider and your heart is steady enough to receive something deeper, we move into the quiet shift that begins real transformation. A shift so light it almost disappears, yet powerful enough to change the entire direction of your day. It starts the moment you wake up, in that fragile space before your thoughts start running. Most people rush past it, but you won't. Not anymore. Every morning offers a doorway into a new version of yourself, and now we step through it together. Every day begins before your feet even touch the ground. The mind rises first, and with it comes all the familiar thoughts that try to anchor you to who you were yesterday. These thoughts arrive quietly. The small worries, the old memories, the tasks waiting for you. It happens so fast, most people don't even notice they're already inside yesterday's mindset. This is the moment where change begins or ends. The moment where awareness either wakes up or falls back asleep. Beginner's mind renewal is the art of meeting the morning without dragging the past into it. It's not about pretending your history doesn't exist. It's about refusing to let it shape your perception before the day has even started. When you wake with beginner's mind, you don't assume anything. You don't judge yourself for last night's mistakes. You don't carry the disappointment of last week. You don't accept old limits as today's truth. You give yourself the freedom to see the day as new instead of recycled. The first breath you take after waking is your reset point. Most people overlook it because it's so ordinary, yet this breath carries more power than you think. When you take a slow, conscious breath the moment you wake, you interrupt the automatic rush of thoughts. Your mind becomes clearer. Your mood becomes lighter. Your perception becomes softer. You create space between old patterns and new choices. That space is where transformation begins. The mind loves the comfort of autopilot, but autopilot is what keeps a person stuck in the same cycle year after year. When your thinking repeats itself, your reactions repeat themselves. Your days blur together, your identity hardens. But when you shift into beginner's mind, everything changes. You start noticing what you used to overlook. You see options where you used to see obstacles. You find new ways of interpreting situations that once triggered you. This subtle reset changes the trajectory of your thoughts before old habits can take over. This renewal begins with noticing, not forcing. Notice what the mind grabs first. Some minds start with fear, others start with pressure, others start with self-criticism. You don't fight these thoughts, you see them clearly. When you observe your mind instead of obeying it, you take back control. You create a mental pause where old emotional reactions lose their power. That pause is small, but it matters more than you think. It is the difference between unconscious living and conscious growth. A monk once said that real freedom begins when you realize you are the listener of your thoughts, not the prisoner of them. Beginner's mind makes this more than a concept. It makes it your lived reality. You wake up and meet your thoughts with clarity instead of fear. You welcome them, watch them, and choose your response from a place of calm strength. This level of awareness breaks cycles you've repeated for years without even knowing it. Most people treat the morning like a continuation of the night before. They carry yesterday's emotions into today's choices. But when you reset your perception, yesterday loses its grip. Beginner's mind gives you the ability to start fresh, truly fresh, not just mentally, but emotionally. You wake without wearing the heavy identity you carried the day before. You become adaptable, open, and willing to grow. This shift is not about being naive or pretending life is perfect. It's about seeing clearly. When your mind renews itself, you meet challenges with more balance. You listen differently. You think more creatively. You react with intention instead of impulse. Nothing outside you has to change for you to become more stable inside yourself. That is the quiet strength of beginner's mind. It transforms your inner world even before you step into the outer one. Adults often lose the ability to approach life with curiosity because they think they already know how everything works. They assume results before experiences even begin. But certainty is a cage. It keeps you repeating the same day with a different calendar date. Beginner's mind breaks that cage. It replaces assumptions with openness. It replaces resistance with willingness. It replaces fear with clarity. Curiosity is one of the most powerful forces in the human mind, and beginner's mind restores it. You don't wake up expecting boredom or difficulty. You wake up ready to see what the day actually brings, not what your past insists you should expect. You notice the details that your old mindset filtered out. You see beauty in ordinary things instead of rushing through them. This isn't childish. It's consciousness. Curiosity brings presence, and presence brings peace. The more present you are, the less power old thought patterns have over you. Presence makes automatic reactions weaker. It makes awareness stronger. When you wake with presence, situations that once triggered you start feeling different. You find yourself responding with patience instead of tension. You hear others more clearly. You interpret situations with more depth and less ego. Beginner's mind brings you back to life instead of letting you sleepwalk through your day. People often underestimate how powerful morning awareness can be. A single shift in your first thought can change the direction of your whole day. When you greet the morning with openness instead of resistance, your emotional state becomes more flexible. Stress doesn't grip you as tightly. Worry doesn't shape your whole mood. You become mentally lighter, and that lightness carries into everything you do. Many people wake up already disappointed with themselves. They start the day with self-judgment. But judgment blocks growth. You cannot evolve from a place of harshness. Beginner's mind allows compassion to enter your morning. You treat yourself with patience. You acknowledge your humanity. You understand that growth is not perfection. It's repetition of gentle awareness. Compassion doesn't make you weak. It makes you strong enough to change. With beginner's mind, you stop dragging old identities into new days. You're not obligated to repeat who you were. You're not trapped in old habits. You're not tied to old limits. You're allowed to grow faster than your past. You're allowed to wake up different from who you were yesterday. This permission is part of the renewal. It gives you space to become the person you're trying to evolve into, not the version you've been conditioned to stay as. This renewal also dissolves the pressure to control everything. Most stress comes from the mind trying to force outcomes. But when you let go of the need to control, you feel lighter. You respond to life instead of wrestling with it. You adapt instead of resist. You flow instead of tighten. A flexible mind is far more powerful than a rigid one. Beginner's mind teaches you that true strength comes from openness, not force. It also softens your ego. When you release the belief that you already know everything, you become open to learning. You recognize lessons where you once saw problems. You see growth in places you once dismissed. You allow yourself to evolve without the ego's constant need to prove, defend, or win. This softness creates emotional maturity. It makes you easier to communicate with, easier to trust, easier to love. Throughout the day, beginner's mind reveals opportunities that your old mindset would have ignored. A moment of frustration becomes a chance to practice patience. A challenge becomes insight. A setback becomes a lesson. When the mind is open, even discomfort becomes meaningful. You stop reacting from old wounds. You start responding from wisdom. The more you practice this each morning, the more your identity shifts naturally, not through force, but through awareness. You start feeling more grounded. You stop overthinking small things. You approach the world with steadiness instead of fear. People sense something different in you, a calmness that cannot be shaken by small things. Your energy becomes peaceful. Your reactions become intentional. You begin to trust yourself more deeply. Creativity also grows when your perception resets. You see new solutions. You generate ideas that didn't exist in your old mindset. You break through mental walls that used to limit you. When the mind isn't cluttered with assumptions, clarity rises on its own. Inspiration becomes easier to access. Your thinking becomes sharper and more original. Beginner's mind also brings emotional healing. Emotional tension from the past can linger without you realizing it. These quiet emotions shape your mood each morning. Renewal loosens their grip. It gives your heart space to breathe. You learn to feel your emotions without drowning in them. You release what no longer belongs to you. You stop letting old emotional pain decide who you must be today. This renewal changes how you relate to others. When you approach your relationships with openness, you stop assuming you already know the intentions or limitations of the people around you. You listen more deeply. You speak with more intention. You stop pulling old arguments into new conversations. You allow others to grow because you are growing too. This creates healthier, more peaceful connections. Beginner's mind brings joy back into the simple moments. A breath, a quiet morning, A warm cup of tea, a few seconds of stillness. When you are fully present, ordinary moments become meaningful. You no longer rush through your life. You experience it. Happiness stops depending on achievement. It arises from awareness itself. This practice is not about mastering something complex. It's about returning to something natural. Every morning gives you another chance to begin again, to reset your perception, to soften your mind, to open your heart, to choose a wiser version of yourself. Beginner's mind is the key that unlocks every other form of growth. It's the fresh start that restores clarity, resets emotional patterns, and prepares you for the person you're becoming. When you renew your mind each morning, your life slowly reshapes itself around your awareness. Every day is a new chance to become a better you, and beginner's mind is the doorway that makes that possible. You have begun to understand how every morning offers a quiet reset, a small opening that lets you loosen the grip of yesterday. Once you master this renewal of perception, something subtle begins to happen. You start noticing details you once ignored. You feel shifts that used to pass through you unnoticed. These tiny changes are not random. They are signals, clues, gentle nudges from life, showing you that nothing stays fixed. And now, this awareness leads us into the next layer of transformation, a layer most people overlook, even though it quietly reshapes who they become. There is a truth woven into every second of your day, a truth so soft you only feel it when you finally slow down enough to sense it. Nothing in you stays the same for long. Your emotions move like weather. Your thoughts rise and fade like waves. Even your breath changes without asking your permission. Noticing these micro-shifts is the foundation of what comes next. Every day is a new chance to become a better you, and this next lesson shows you how small changes can break even the strongest identity patterns. Everything inside you is always shifting, but most people don't notice these shifts because they're trained to focus only on big events. They wait for dramatic breakthroughs, loud moments, life-changing experiences. But real transformation comes from noticing the tiny movements that happen in ordinary seconds. When you pay attention to these small changes, you weaken the grip of old identity patterns that have kept you stuck for years. Identity feels solid only when you stop noticing change. Your mind tells you that you're the same person, with the same flaws and limits, because it filters out the details that contradict that story. But under the surface, you're constantly changing. Your mood shifts when you hear a certain tone in someone's voice. Your breath deepens when you feel safe. Your energy rises when sunlight touches your skin. These small changes reveal something powerful. Your identity is not fixed. It's fluid. When you begin to sense these micro-fluctuations, your old identity loses its authority. If your mood can shift from heaviness to lightness because of a gentle breeze, then your sadness is not permanent. If your breath becomes more steady after a few moments of awareness, then your anxiety is not who you are. If your thoughts soften with a change in posture or light or sound, then your stress is not a core part of you. This is how noticing micro-impermanence begins to reshape your identity. You stop believing you are one thing. You start seeing yourself as something constantly evolving. This awareness of change helps you loosen the stories you've carried for years. Maybe you've told yourself you're an angry person, a fearful person, an impatient person. But when you notice subtle shifts, like how your chest relaxes when you slow your breathing, or how your shoulders unclench when sunlight warms your skin. You begin to understand that these traits are not fixed. They are patterns, not prisons, and patterns can be softened, disrupted, replaced. Micro-impermanence reveals that change doesn't require force. It grows through awareness. When you notice a small shift, you make your mind more flexible. Flexibility breaks the old loops that used to feel unbreakable. Each small change weakens the idea that you are stuck the way you are. You become more open to new ways of responding because you start expecting change instead of resisting it. The body is always telling you things about your inner state. A tiny change in your breath can show you when a negative thought has entered. A small tension in your jaw can reveal a hidden worry. A slight warmth in your chest can show you moments of peace you would have missed. Most people ignore these cues, but you won't. When you deepen your awareness, you start catching these small shifts early before they grow into larger emotional storms. By paying attention to these fluctuations, you gain the power to interrupt patterns before they take over your day. If you notice your breath getting shallow, you can slow it before stress spreads through your body. If you feel a slight drop in your mood, you can bring yourself back into balance before negativity builds. If you sense tension rising, you can soothe your system before anger or fear turns into a reaction you regret. This early awareness is like catching a match before it becomes a wildfire. Micro-impermanence also trains you to see beauty in small moments. A ray of sunlight shifting across a wall, the sound of leaves moving, the warmth of a cup in your hands. All of these tiny experiences reconnect you to the present. These moments may seem simple, but they awaken the part of you that remembers life is not meant to be rushed through. They bring calm. They build gratitude. They shift your identity from surviving life to participating in it. This lesson also teaches you how to detach from emotional extremes. When you understand nothing stays the same for long, you stop believing that difficult emotions will trap you forever. You no longer panic when sadness appears because you're aware that it will move like everything else does. You no longer resist fear because you know fear, too, rises and fades. This understanding makes you emotionally resilient, not because you avoid hardship, but because you no longer mistake temporary states for who you are. Micro-impermanence also changes the way you see success and progress. Instead of waiting for a huge breakthrough, you begin to value small improvements. A tiny increase in patience, a slight softening of anger, a small moment of awareness you didn't have before. These moments accumulate quietly. They build a new identity from the inside out. They make change feel natural instead of forced. As you deepen your attention to these shifts, something powerful happens. Your sense of self becomes more spacious. You stop clinging to one rigid definition of who you are. You stop boxing yourself into labels. You learn that you can be calm in one moment and overwhelmed in the next, and that both are part of your human experience. This flexibility is the essence of wisdom. It lets you grow without fear of losing who you were. When you pay attention to subtle changes in your breath, you connect directly to your nervous system. Breath is your earliest warning signal. It reveals stress before the mind does. It reveals peace before your thoughts notice it. When you tune into these small shifts, you can guide your emotional state with precision. You can prevent emotional spirals before they begin. This awareness also affects the way you communicate. You start noticing small variations in your own tone, posture, and reactions. You start recognizing when tension rises in conversations. This helps you respond with clarity instead of reactivity. You begin to notice micro changes in others too. The pause before they speak, the shift in their expression, the subtle change in their energy. This makes you more empathetic because you're no longer trapped inside your own assumptions. You start seeing others as dynamic beings, not fixed characters in your story. Micro-impermanence is not about forcing positivity. It's about recognizing the movement of your internal world. When you stop expecting yourself to be one fixed version of yourself, you free your mind from pressure. You become more gentle with yourself. You stop expecting perfect days, perfect moods, perfect decisions. You start embracing the natural flow of your human experience. This awareness also weakens the ego's need for certainty. The ego thrives on fixed identity. This is who I am. This is how things are. This is the way life works. But once you start noticing constant change, the ego cannot hold on to rigid beliefs anymore. You become more open, more adaptable, more willing to grow. This is how old identity patterns begin to dissolve. Micro-impermanence turns your daily life into a training ground for transformation. Every shift becomes an opportunity to understand yourself better. Every fluctuation becomes a reminder that you are not stuck. Every small change becomes evidence that you are capable of becoming someone new. And the more you notice these small movements, the more your identity reshapes itself naturally. Not through discipline, not through pressure, but through awareness. Your sense of self becomes lighter, more fluid, more compassionate. This lesson teaches you that transformation is not a dramatic event. It's a series of small awakenings, a series of soft shifts, a series of moments when you choose awareness over autopilot. These micro-awakenings create lasting change because they reshape you from the inside out. You begin to understand that the person you're becoming is built in moments most people never pay attention to. The slight opening of your chest when you feel hope. The subtle ease in your shoulders when you let go. The tiny spark of clarity that appears when you pause for a breath. These moments write your future more than the big events ever will. Every day is a new chance to become a better you, and micro-impermanence reveals the truth that change isn't waiting for you in the distance. It's already happening in every breath, every shift, every moment you choose to notice. You've begun to sense how small shifts reshape the way you see yourself. When you stop treating your identity as something fixed, new possibilities start opening in places you never looked before. As this awareness grows, something deeper starts to happen. You start seeing how every small action carries a weight, how every quiet choice leaves a trace, how the tiniest moment of intention can tilt your path in a new direction. And this brings us into the next layer of transformation, one that many people overlook, even though it shapes their life more than anything else. There is a hidden force behind your daily choices, a current that grows stronger with each action you take. Most people feel it without understanding it. You feel it when you act with kindness and something inside you expands. You feel it when you act against your own values and something inside you tightens. This natural movement of cause and effect is happening all the time, and once you learn how to guide it, your entire life begins to shift with surprising speed. Every day is a new chance to become a better you, and this next step shows you how even the smallest good action can create a powerful momentum that transforms your long-term path. Karma is often misunderstood. Many believe it is punishment or reward, something waiting to strike based on your past. But in truth, karma is direction. It is the echo of your choices shaping the next step in your life. Every intention you act upon leaves a trail in your character. Every behavior strengthens or weakens a pattern within you. Karma is not something outside of you. It is the architecture of your becoming. The smallest ethical choices carry more power than most people realize. When you practice honesty in a minor conversation, you strengthen your inner alignment. When you act with patience in a small moment, you loosen the grip of anger that once controlled you. When you help someone, even in a tiny way, you expand your capacity for compassion. These small ethical upgrades accumulate quietly, but over time they form your karmic momentum. This momentum becomes the force that pushes you toward the life you are meant to live. Karmic momentum is built through repetition of small actions. If you choose kindness once, the effect is small. But if you choose it repeatedly, your mind becomes more inclined toward it. Ethical behavior begins feeling natural instead of forced. Your character develops depth. Your inner world becomes cleaner. You feel more stable, more grounded, more in control of your reactions. These tiny acts become seeds that eventually bloom into a new version of yourself. What makes these small acts powerful is not the size of the action, but the intention behind it. When you choose not to speak harshly, even though you could, you create a shift. When you choose to be honest when a lie would be easier, you create a shift. When you choose to be generous instead of protective, you create a shift. Each choice plants a subtle direction into your psychology. When repeated, these directions blend into momentum. Momentum is what allows you to change without feeling overwhelmed. Instead of trying to force massive transformation, you guide your life with consistent ethical choices. Each action creates a tiny tilt in your path. Over time, these tilts accumulate. Eventually, your trajectory changes in a way you never thought possible. You start becoming someone you respect, someone you trust, someone who moves through the world with clarity and strength. Small ethical upgrades also clean your inner space. Every time you go against your values, something inside you becomes heavy. You feel it even if you pretend not to. Dishonesty leaves a residue. Anger leaves a residue. Selfishness leaves a residue. These residues build walls inside your heart, making it harder to feel peace or joy. But when you choose ethical clarity, these residues dissolve. Your mind becomes lighter. Your emotional world becomes more open. This inner lightness becomes part of your karmic momentum. Many people believe they are stuck because of their circumstances, but the truth is, they are stuck because of their momentum. Their daily choices push them in a direction they do not want to go. They feed habits that weaken them. They repeat actions that reinforce negativity. But once you start upgrading your ethical behavior, even in small ways, you reverse the flow. The direction begins shifting toward growth, clarity, and peace. One of the most powerful ethical upgrades is how you speak. Words shape your inner world. When you speak with honesty, your mind becomes more aligned. When you speak with gentleness, your heart becomes more peaceful. When you avoid gossip or cruelty, you protect your inner energy from being polluted. These small shifts in speech Build karmic momentum rapidly because they happen often and influence your internal state deeply. Another quiet ethical upgrade is how you treat others when no one is watching. Kindness in private carries tremendous karmic weight. When you help without expecting credit, your character strengthens in a way that public praise could never replicate. These hidden acts create a deep-rooted momentum because they refine your intentions. They shape who you are when the world is not looking. They build self-respect in a way nothing else can. Small ethical acts also influence your emotional regulation. When you respond to irritation with patience instead of impulsiveness, you train the mind to choose clarity over chaos. When you prioritize fairness in conversations, you weaken the parts of you that cling to ego. When you practice gratitude, even in difficult moments, you redirect your emotional patterns toward resilience. These upgrades seem small in the moment, but they restructure your internal behavior over time. Karmic momentum grows even through ethical restraint. Sometimes, the most powerful choice is the one you do not make. Not speaking when anger rises. Not acting when fear pushes you. Not harming someone even slightly when your pride feels threatened. Every act of restraint is an act of strength. This strength accumulates. It becomes a shield, a stability, a certainty that you can trust yourself. That trust becomes a core part of your identity. As karmic momentum grows, you begin to feel a quiet shift inside. You notice that you no longer react the same way to stress. You feel less drawn to negativity. You sense more clarity in your decisions. You begin making choices that align with the person you want to become instead of the patterns you used to repeat. This is the effect of steady ethical upgrades. They build a kind of inner gravity, pulling you toward growth, pulling you toward peace, pulling you toward your higher self. Another profound aspect of karmic momentum is how it influences your long-term opportunities. When you act with good intention, you start noticing that your life aligns more smoothly. Doors open that once felt closed. People respond to you differently. You feel guided instead of lost. This is not magic. It is alignment. When your internal behavior is clear, your external world begins moving more easily. Opportunities arise because you are prepared to handle them with integrity. Ethical upgrades also deepen your relationships. When you choose small acts of respect, small acts of understanding, small acts of care, the people around you feel safer with you. You become someone they trust, someone they open up to, someone they want to grow with. Relationships built on small ethical behaviors become stronger than relationships built on grand gestures. The quiet consistency builds more connection than anything forced or dramatic. Over time, karmic momentum becomes self-sustaining. Once your ethical behavior becomes part of your identity, you no longer need to push yourself into doing the right thing. It happens naturally. It feels wrong not to act with integrity because your internal alignment has become your default mode. This naturalness is the sign of deep transformation. You are no longer trying to be better. You have become better. Karmic momentum also gives you emotional strength. When your actions align with your values, you stop carrying the stress of internal conflict. You don't feel the weight of guilt or regret. You don't feel torn between who you are and who you want to be. You arrive in your life fully. You act from clarity instead of confusion. Your emotions stabilize. Your decisions become clean. This gives you the ability to move through difficult situations with confidence and calm. You also develop a different relationship with yourself. When you consistently choose ethical behavior, you build trust with your own mind. You know you will choose well, even under pressure. You know you will act with integrity, even when no one sees you. This creates an inner strength that cannot be shaken by external circumstances. It becomes a quiet dignity, a confidence that comes from knowing you are aligned with your deepest values. Karmic momentum also influences your future behavior. Every ethical act makes the next one easier. Every good intention strengthens the pathways in your brain associated with compassion and wisdom. Over time, your character becomes shaped by the accumulation of countless small choices. You become someone who acts with clarity, not because you're trying to be good, but because it is who you are. These small actions eventually reshape your destiny, not because of reward or punishment, but because your choices guide your direction. If you repeatedly choose what is right, gently, quietly, consistently, your life moves towards stability, growth, and peace. You build a future where negative patterns lose their power and where meaningful opportunities naturally appear. This lesson shows that transformation doesn't require dramatic sacrifices or extreme discipline. It requires attention to the small choices that shape your days. It requires honoring your values, even in moments where it seems insignificant. It requires planting tiny seeds of integrity until those seeds grow into a forest of inner strength. Every day is a new chance to become a better you, and each ethical choice, no matter how small, adds momentum to a future that aligns with your highest self. From the steady build of karmic momentum, you begin to feel a shift you can't quite explain. Something inside you responds differently than before. You sense yourself pausing more often, thinking more clearly, feeling more steady. That inner stability doesn't appear by accident. It grows from the small ethical choices you've been making, and now it prepares you for the next step, one that gives you the power to break even your deepest habits. There is a moment right before you act where everything can change. A small, silent space that most people never notice. In that space lies the difference between repeating an old pattern and planting a new one. When you learn how to enter that space, behavior that once felt automatic becomes something you can reshape with intention. This is where deeper transformation begins. Every day is a new chance to become a better you, and this next practice teaches you how to interrupt even your strongest impulses and rewrite the patterns that have controlled you for years. There is a force inside you that reacts before you even think. You feel it when irritation rises faster than you can stop it. You feel it when fear pushes you to retreat. You feel it when an old trigger lights up before you understand why. These reactions are the product of habit loops, automatic patterns built over years of repetition. Most people believe they are choosing their reactions, but in truth, their reactions are choosing for them. The practice of stopping before acting begins with one simple skill: noticing the moment right before the reaction takes over. This moment is small, subtle, and easy to miss. But once you learn to sense it, your relationship with your mind changes forever. This moment is the doorway where unconscious behavior shifts into conscious choice. Stopping does not mean freezing or suppressing your feelings. It means recognizing the space where the reaction starts to form and choosing to pause instead of moving instantly. This pause interrupts the flow of the habit loop. It cuts the automatic link between trigger and response. When the link is broken, new choices become possible. The pause also reveals your patterns in a way you cannot see when you react immediately. You start noticing the subtle signals in your body, the tightening in your stomach before anger speaks, the pressure in your chest before anxiety rises, the small drop in your energy before discouragement speaks. These signals are your early warnings. When you learn to stop the moment they appear, you prevent the habit loop from completing its cycle. This practice helps you understand that habits are not the enemy. They are simply patterns your mind created because it believed they kept you safe. The mind repeats what feels familiar, not what is healthy. When you pause, you give your mind a chance to update its programming. You replace outdated patterns with wiser responses. Stopping before acting also changes the way your brain processes emotion. When you pause, your emotional brain stops controlling the steering wheel. Your thinking mind steps in. This shift is subtle but profound. It gives you clarity in moments that used to confuse you. It gives you calmness in moments that used to overwhelm you. It gives you choice in moments that used to feel inevitable. The pause teaches you how to observe your impulses without becoming them. For example, when irritation rises, you pause. You feel the heat in your body. You notice the tension in your jaw. You sense the urge to speak sharply, but instead of feeding it, you watch it. This watching dissolves its power. The irritation softens. A gentler option appears. A wiser response becomes visible. This is how new behavioral seeds are planted. Not through force, not through guilt, but through awareness. Each time you pause, you create a different outcome. Each different outcome weakens the old impulse and strengthens the new response. Over time, a single pause can rewrite years of conditioning. Stopping before acting also heals the nervous system. Reaction drains energy. Impulse creates stress. Automatic behavior leaves you exhausted. The pause interrupts this chain. Your body relaxes. Your breath deepens. Your mind slows. You become grounded again. This grounding becomes a skill you can call on any time. Many people break promises to themselves because they react before they realize what they're doing. They eat what they said they would avoid. They say things they regret. They fall into distractions they swore they were done with. These are not failures of discipline, they are failures of awareness. When you pause before the act, the promise becomes easier to keep. You stop sabotaging your own progress. This practice also strengthens self-respect. Every time you pause and choose a wiser action, you prove to yourself that you are capable of change. You no longer see yourself as someone controlled by old patterns. You become someone who acts from clarity instead of impulse. This builds confidence. It builds trust. It builds inner authority. Stopping before acting also affects how you deal with others. You start catching yourself before responding defensively. You notice when your pride wants to speak first. You see when your fear wants to shut down the conversation. The pause opens a window where you can choose honesty instead of defensiveness, listening instead of reacting, understanding instead of judgment. Relationships improve not because others change, but because you are no longer controlled by emotional reflexes. This practice reveals something important. Much of your suffering comes from reactions, not situations. The situation is what happens. The reaction is what you add to it. When you pause, you stop adding unnecessary pain to your life. You give yourself the space to meet life without turning everything into a battle. Stopping before acting also deepens self-awareness. You start understanding why certain situations trigger you. You begin to see the stories behind your reactions. Maybe anger is protecting an old hurt. Maybe fear is guarding an old disappointment. Maybe impatience is hiding exhaustion. The pause reveals these layers. It shows you where healing is needed. This awareness helps you cultivate emotional intelligence. You learn to name your reactions without judgment. You understand your emotional patterns in detail. You discover which triggers are connected to old wounds. This clarity transforms emotional difficulties into opportunities for growth. Over time, stopping becomes second nature. The moment you feel a reaction forming, your mind automatically pauses. This pause becomes your anchor. It becomes part of your identity. You become someone with a calm center, someone who responds instead of reacts, someone who stays grounded under pressure. This shift also protects you from future regret. Many regrets are born in moments of impulsiveness, words spoken too quickly, decisions made too fast, actions taken without thought. The pause saves you from these outcomes. It gives you the chance to act from wisdom rather than emotion. Stopping before acting also strengthens discipline. Discipline is not about force. It is about choosing from awareness. When you pause, you give yourself the chance to choose the long-term benefit instead of the short-term impulse. This is how good habits form naturally, not through punishment, but through clarity. This practice even reshapes your internal dialogue. When you pause, you hear the thoughts behind your impulses. Some thoughts are protective, some are fearful, some are outdated beliefs that no longer fit your life. Once you hear them clearly, you can challenge them, you can question them, you can replace them. The pause becomes a gateway to mental purification. Stopping before acting also strengthens patience. You stop rushing your reactions. You stop forcing outcomes. You stop demanding answers before clarity arrives. This creates emotional stability. Life feels less chaotic. Your mind becomes more peaceful. The pause teaches you that you don't need to hurry to feel safe. This practice also makes you more mindful of your choices. You become aware of how every decision carries consequences. You start treating your actions as seeds. You choose carefully. You act with intention. You live with purpose. This sense of purpose brings meaning into small moments. Stopping also reveals how much energy you used to lose through overreacting. When you stop feeding impulses, your emotional energy returns to you. You feel lighter. You think more clearly. You become more capable of handling challenges. This inner strength becomes a natural part of who you are. This practice even rewires your brain. Neuroscience shows that every time you interrupt a reaction, you weaken the neural pathway that supports it. When you choose a new response, you strengthen a different pathway. Over time, your brain physically changes. Old patterns fade. New patterns grow. This is literal transformation, biological transformation. Stopping before acting eventually becomes a philosophy, not just a practice. It shapes how you approach challenges, conversations, choices, and thoughts. You start living from intention instead of impulse. You start choosing growth over repetition. You start becoming the person you have always wanted to be. Every day is a new chance to become a better you, and stopping before acting gives you the power to break free from the patterns that once controlled you and replace them with choices that reflect your highest self. From learning how to pause before reacting, something subtle begins to shift inside you. You start sensing that your choices are no longer random movements or emotional reflexes. They begin to feel intentional, aligned, connected to something larger than the moment itself. You start feeling the weight of your decisions in a new way, not as pressure, but as awareness. The pause has opened a new doorway, and through it you can finally see how each action echoes forward into the person you are becoming. This awareness leads naturally into the next step, one that reshapes the way you think about your future entirely. There is someone waiting for you in the days, months, and years ahead, someone shaped by your choices today, someone carrying the results of your habits, your discipline, your kindness, your neglect, your awareness, and your blindness. Most people treat this future version of themselves like a stranger, but the truth is, this person is the one who will feel everything you do or avoid doing. Once you understand this, your decisions begin to change. Every day is a new chance to become a better you, and this next lesson teaches you how compassion for your future self becomes one of the most powerful forces for inner transformation. Most people see the future as a distant place, something abstract, something they will deal with later. But later eventually becomes now, and the person living in that moment has to face the results of choices made long before. When you begin treating your future self as someone you genuinely care about, everything shifts. You start acting in ways that protect them. You start making choices that lift them. You start building a life they will be grateful to step into. This is not about chasing a perfect future. It's about acting with kindness toward the person you are becoming. Compassion toward your future self means living in a way that reduces their suffering and increases their peace. Every choice becomes a gift or a burden you hand forward. Compassion toward your future self transforms your relationship with discipline. Most people see discipline as punishment or pressure, but through compassion, it becomes care. You eat well, not because you are forcing yourself, but because you want your future self to have health. You save money not out of fear, but because you want your future self to feel secure. You learn new skills, not because of obligation, but because you want your future self to have opportunities. This turns discipline from struggle into generosity. In Buddhism, compassion is not just kindness toward others, it is also kindness toward your own unfolding life. When you think of your future self as someone you are responsible for, your perspective widens. Short-term impulses lose their grip. You begin asking different questions. Questions like, will this help the person I am becoming? Will this make their life easier or harder? Will this action give them peace or pain? These questions reshape your entire decision-making process. This form of compassion also clarifies your values. When you consider your future well-being, destructive habits lose their appeal. Temporary pleasures stop feeling worth the long-term cost. You start choosing foods, relationships, conversations, and environments that nourish rather than drain you. You choose rest when you need it, because you know exhaustion will follow you into the next day. You choose honesty because lies become burdens your future self will have to carry. You choose growth because stagnation becomes regret. This compassion also teaches you to treat time more carefully. You realize wasted time is not harmless, it is a theft from your future. But here, time stewardship is not strict or harsh, it is gentle. You begin giving your future self the gift of readiness. Small preparations become acts of love. Completing tasks early becomes a form of kindness. Creating order becomes a quiet favor. These small acts accumulate into a life of stability rather than chaos. Compassion for your future self reshapes how you handle discomfort. Instead of escaping difficult emotions through avoidance, you meet them directly because you don't want your future self to inherit unresolved pain. You calm your mind because you don't want your future self trapped in fear. You heal your wounds because you don't want your future self living with scars that never had to stay. You let go of grudges because you don't want your future self weighed down by bitterness. This internal cleanup is a profound spiritual act. This practice also changes how you handle your habits. You start giving your future self a better starting point each day. You clean your environment so they can wake up in clarity. You exercise so they can live in a body that supports them. You meditate so they inherit a calmer nervous system. You study so they have more knowledge to navigate life. You save money so they feel secure. Every habit becomes a thread weaving a future that feels lighter instead of heavier. Compassion for your future self also dissolves self-sabotage. Most sabotage comes from short-term thinking, reaching for comfort now at the cost of peace later. When you feel connected to your future self, comfort becomes something you choose wisely, not something you grab blindly. You begin differentiating between comfort that restores you and comfort that drains you. This awareness prevents you from harming yourself through temporary escapes. This practice also deepens emotional intelligence. When you consider how your future self will feel, you become more sensitive to emotional consequences. You start protecting your mind from unnecessary tension. You avoid drama because you know it will drain you later. You choose calmness because you know tomorrow's version of you will appreciate it. You make choices that build emotional stability rather than chaos. Another powerful aspect of this practice is how it changes your relationship with fear. Fear often pulls you into avoidance, avoiding tasks, conversations, opportunities. But when you act with compassion for your future self, you face fear not to be brave, but because avoiding it gives your future self a harder life. This transforms courage into an act of kindness. You have the difficult conversation now, so your future self doesn't have to carry the weight of silence. You pursue growth now, so your future self doesn't inherit stagnation. You take risks now, so your future self experiences possibility instead of regret. This compassion also strengthens resilience. You endure discomfort willingly when it builds strength for the future. You accept temporary difficulty because it leads to long-term stability. You train your mind to see challenge not as punishment, but as preparation. This shift makes you emotionally unstoppable. Compassion toward your future self also softens your relationship with mistakes. Instead of beating yourself up, you correct course because you want your future self to benefit. You don't dwell on failure, you use it. You don't punish yourself, you learn. This creates a stable emotional foundation where growth becomes easier than avoidance. This practice also affects your relationships. When you choose to treat others kindly, your future self inherits deeper connections. When you communicate with honesty, your future self inherits trust. When you set boundaries, your future self inherits peace. When you release resentment, your future self inherits freedom. Your treatment of others becomes a reflection of your care for the person you will become. Compassion toward your future self also changes how you pursue goals. Instead of chasing achievements with desperation, you build them through steady, gentle progress. You stop rushing, because rushing creates burnout your future self must suffer through. You stop procrastinating, because the burden only grows heavier. You start building your dreams with patience, clarity, and intention. This compassion reframes ambition. You no longer need dramatic success to feel worthy. You understand that slow progress is meaningful as long as it moves your future self toward a better life. You work steadily, not frantically. You move forward with purpose, not pressure. Another profound shift happens in your mindset. You start believing in your ability to grow. You begin trusting yourself. You no longer feel stuck, because each small act of kindness toward your future self builds confidence. You see progress accumulating. You see change happening. You see direction forming. This trust becomes fuel for larger transformations. You also begin feeling safer. When you act with care toward your future self, you stop feeling out of control. You stop feeling lost. You stop feeling uncertain. You start experiencing a quiet stability, because you know you are actively shaping your future instead of being dragged into it. Compassion toward your future self also helps you forgive your past self. You begin to understand that the person you were back then was doing the best they could with the awareness they had. Forgiveness becomes easier because growth has replaced resentment. This releases emotional heaviness you didn't know you were carrying. This practice becomes a lifelong anchor. It guides your decisions, it shapes your habits, it cleans your inner world, it builds your character, it strengthens your mind, it protects your peace. When compassion flows forward, your life begins aligning in ways that once felt impossible. Every day is a new chance to become a better you, and kindness toward your future self is one of the most powerful forms of transformation you will ever practice. You begin to notice that the more you treat your future self with care, the more grounded you feel in the present. Your choices feel cleaner. Your motivation feels steadier. Your inner world feels more organized. But with this clarity comes something most people try to avoid: discomfort. Not the dramatic kind, but the small tensions that appear when you break old habits, face truth, or stretch beyond what feels familiar. Now you're ready for the next step, the one that most people resist yet need the most. There is a quiet truth hidden inside every difficult moment. A truth your mind tries to run from, even though this truth is the very thing that accelerates growth. Discomfort is not punishment. It is guidance. It is a teacher waiting for you to listen. And once you understand how to use it, your evolution speeds up in ways you never expected. Every day is a new chance to become a better you, and this next lesson reveals how everyday discomfort becomes the doorway to wisdom, emotional strength, and rapid transformation. Most people treat discomfort as something to escape. They avoid difficult conversations. They distract themselves from painful emotions. They resist physical tension. They numb anything that feels unpleasant. But avoidance does not protect you. It traps you, It keeps you living inside limits that were built by fear rather than insight. Growth begins the moment you stop running from discomfort and start working with it. Discomfort is information. It tells you where something inside needs attention. Emotional pain signals an unmet need. Physical tension points to stress held in the body. Anxiety shows you where your mind feels unsafe. Frustration reveals where your expectations clash with reality. None of this is punishment. It is instruction. If you learn to read these signals, you move through life with clarity instead of confusion. Deep transformation requires honesty, and honesty is often uncomfortable. When you allow yourself to feel discomfort without turning away, you start understanding yourself with new depth. You begin noticing patterns that were invisible before. You recognize habits that create suffering. You see emotional wounds you've been carrying for years. This awareness is uncomfortable, but it is also liberating. Discomfort exposes truth, and truth is what allows you to change. In Buddhism, discomfort is not seen as an enemy. It is a teacher, a mirror, a tool for awakening. When you stop fighting pain and instead ask, "What is this trying to show me?" everything shifts. Emotional responses become easier to navigate. Physical tension becomes easier to release. Difficult situations become easier to learn from. You stop wasting energy resisting what is happening and start using that energy to understand it. One of the most powerful aspects of discomfort is that it reveals your conditioning. Every emotional reaction you experience has a root, a belief, a memory, a fear that formed long before the present moment. Discomfort shines a light on these roots. When you feel hurt, it shows you where your sense of worth is fragile. When you feel jealous, it shows you where you fear lack. When you feel anger, it shows you where your boundaries were crossed or where you still carry old pain. When you pay attention to these signals, you begin to unlearn patterns you've held for years. Discomfort also teaches resilience. You learn that you can sit with emotional tension without breaking. You learn that you can experience fear without running. You learn that you can feel sadness without falling apart. This builds inner strength. The more willing you are to stay present with discomfort, the less power it has over you. What once overwhelmed you becomes something you can hold calmly. This presence in discomfort changes the way you handle your emotions. Instead of reacting impulsively, you pause. Instead of suppressing feelings, you feel them. Instead of drowning in them, you observe them. This observation creates separation between you and the emotion. You realize the discomfort is passing through you. It is not you. This realization brings immense freedom. Physical discomfort holds wisdom as well. Your body speaks through tension, tightness, fatigue, and pain. These sensations show you where stress lives in your body, where boundaries were ignored, where rest is needed. Most people suppress these messages with distraction, but when you listen, you begin treating your body with more respect. You move slower when needed. You breathe deeper. You rest earlier. You strengthen areas that need support. You become attuned to your physical state in a way that prevents long-term pain. Discomfort also challenges your ego. The ego prefers comfort because comfort reinforces its identity. But identity is often built on old beliefs, outdated fears, and assumptions that no longer serve you. When discomfort arrives, it threatens those structures. That is why discomfort feels destabilizing. It shakes the ego. But this shaking is necessary. It breaks rigid patterns. It opens space for a new self to grow. Discomfort teaches humility. When something hurts, you recognize your vulnerability, your limits, your humanity. Humility softens the ego. It makes you more open to learning. It makes you more compassionate toward others. It deepens your understanding of life. This humility also helps you communicate better. When you allow discomfort during conversations, you become more honest. You say what needs to be said. You listen without defensiveness. You confront misunderstandings rather than hiding them. These moments deepen your relationships because they replace avoidance with truth. Discomfort also reveals what you care about. You don't feel pain about things that don't matter to you. The ache you feel when someone disrespects you shows you value dignity. The sadness you feel when a relationship weakens shows you value connection. The frustration you feel when you don't follow through shows you value discipline. Discomfort shines a light on your values in ways comfort never can. One of the most transformative aspects of discomfort is how it rewrites your fears. When you face discomfort willingly, fear shrinks. You learn that you can survive moments you once avoided. You learn that fear exaggerates its warnings. You learn that the unknown is not nearly as dangerous as your mind told you. This creates courage, not loud courage, but steady courage. The kind that lets you live your life fully instead of hiding from what might hurt. Discomfort is also a doorway to patience. When you stay present with tension, you learn to wait without breaking. You learn to breathe through difficulty. You learn to trust that emotions rise and fade naturally. Patience becomes less about enduring and more about accepting. This acceptance brings peace. Daily discomfort becomes a training ground. The small irritations, the moments of stress, the emotional flickers, they are opportunities to practice presence. Every time you stay with discomfort instead of avoiding it, you strengthen your mind. You become more emotionally steady. You become less reactive. You become more grounded. Using discomfort as a teacher also deepens your self-awareness. You start seeing the patterns behind your pain. You notice which situations trigger old wounds. You recognize which thoughts intensify suffering. This awareness makes it easier to break patterns because you can see them clearly. Discomfort also teaches discipline. It shows you where you give up too quickly. It reveals where your patience breaks. It exposes the habits that keep you stuck. When you learn to stay with discomfort, you build the discipline needed to grow in every area of your life. This practice also transforms your relationship with challenges. Instead of seeing them as threats, you begin to see them as opportunities. Every challenge becomes a moment to strengthen your mind, deepen your character, and expand your capacity. This shift makes you less afraid of life's difficulties and more willing to step into growth. Discomfort also teaches self-trust. When you handle pain well, you prove to yourself that you can navigate difficult moments. You no longer fear the unknown. You stop doubting your strength. You begin trusting your ability to handle life with stability and wisdom. This trust becomes a core part of your identity. You stop feeling fragile. You stop feeling like life is too much. You stop feeling overwhelmed by your emotions. You start seeing yourself as capable, resilient, and steady. Discomfort shows you who you are beneath your reactions, beneath fear, impatience, anger, and sadness. When you stay present with difficulty, you access a deeper layer of self, a layer untouched by emotion. This deeper self is calm, wise, and steady. The more you connect with it, the less chaos controls you. The Dharma of discomfort teaches you that every painful moment contains a lesson. Some lessons teach you to let go. Some teach you to hold on. Some teach you to stand up for yourself. Some teach you to soften. But all discomfort teaches. None of it is wasted. Every day is a new chance to become a better you, and discomfort is one of the most powerful teachers you will ever encounter, if you choose to sit with it, listen to it, and let it guide you. You start to see how discomfort, when met with presence instead of resistance, becomes a quiet turning point. It reveals what needs healing, strengthens your emotional core, and teaches you how to trust yourself in moments that once felt unbearable. With this new strength, something else begins to unfold. Your relationship with ambition shifts. You no longer chase goals to escape your life or to prove your worth. You begin sensing that goals can lift you, not stress you, but only if they are held with clarity instead of attachment. And this brings us into the next step, a step that frees you from the pressure that often comes with dreaming big. There is a calm way to pursue goals that does not drain your joy or steal your peace. A way that lets you work hard without losing yourself. A way that lets you desire growth without becoming controlled by the outcome. Once you understand this, your goals stop feeling like chains and start feeling like pathways. Every day is a new chance to become a better you, and this next lesson reveals how planning your life with non-attachment brings ambition without suffering, progress without tension, and success without obsession. Most people approach goals with a tight grip. They fixate on outcomes. They measure their worth through results. They attach their happiness to a specific future, and when reality doesn't move exactly as planned, they feel disappointed, stressed, or defeated. Attachment turns ambition into suffering. Non-attachment turns ambition into freedom. Non-attachment doesn't mean not caring. It means caring without clinging. It means giving your best effort while letting the outcome unfold naturally. It means building your dreams with skill, but releasing the emotional pressure that makes the journey unbearable. When you practice non-attachment planning, you move forward with intention and direction, but without fear or rigidity. This begins with clarity. You choose your goal with a calm mind, not a desperate one. You identify why you want it, not just what you want. Many people chase goals that are rooted in insecurity, wanting approval, wanting status, wanting to hide from their own emotions. When a goal is born from fear, attachment becomes stronger. Non-attachment starts by choosing goals that arise from alignment, growth, curiosity, or service. Once the intention is clear, the next step is flexible planning. You create a structure, but you do not worship it. You create steps, but you allow them to shift. You move forward, but you do not panic when the path changes. Life rarely moves in straight lines. When you attach to a rigid plan, every deviation feels like failure. When you hold your plan lightly, deviations become opportunities. Non-attachment planning reduces pressure because your sense of worth is not tied to achievement. You are not failing when progress slows or takes a different form. You are adapting. You are learning. You are staying responsive instead of brittle. This adaptability keeps your ambition alive without exhausting you. Non-attachment also helps you avoid chasing illusions. Many people believe that happiness lies on the other side of success. They think, when I achieve this, then I will feel enough. This belief creates unbearable pressure. It turns goals into emotional lifelines. But when you practice non-attachment, you recognize that success enhances your life but doesn't define your worth. You stop depending on the future for your happiness. You bring happiness into the process instead of postponing it. This practice also reshapes how you deal with failure. Failure becomes feedback instead of identity. When you're not attached to a specific outcome, a setback does not destroy your spirit. You adjust, refine, recalibrate. Failure becomes a step in the process, not a punishment. You learn faster because you are not emotionally crushed by mistakes. Non-attachment planning also enhances creativity. When your mind is not suffocated by fear of failure, new ideas flow more easily. You take healthier risks. You innovate. You explore paths you would have ignored if you were clinging to one perfect outcome. Creativity thrives in spaciousness, not tension. This approach also strengthens your patience. When you release attachment, you stop rushing. You stop forcing progress. You allow growth to unfold at its natural pace. You trust the timing of your journey. Patience becomes easier because your happiness is not being held hostage by results. Non-attachment planning transforms ambition into a joyful expression of your potential rather than a desperate attempt to fix your identity. You begin enjoying the work instead of just craving the reward. You appreciate small wins. You feel engaged in the process. Your motivation becomes sustainable. One of the most powerful parts of this practice is how it changes your emotional state. Attached ambition creates anxiety, the fear of loss, the fear of falling behind, the fear of not becoming who you think you should be. Non-attachment dissolves these fears. You stop competing with an imaginary version of yourself. You stop forcing life to match your timeline. You start working from calmness instead of panic. This calmness increases productivity. When your mind is steady, your decisions improve. You focus more. You waste less time. You act with clarity instead of overwhelm. Progress becomes smoother because you're no longer fighting yourself as you pursue your goals. Non-attachment also lets you welcome unexpected opportunities. When you are rigid, you often miss chances that don't fit your predefined plan. But when you remain open, you notice paths that lead to even better outcomes than you originally imagined. Life often offers alternatives that support your growth more deeply than your initial plan could. This practice also teaches humility. You accept that you can control your effort, but not the outcome. You control your actions, but not every variable of life. This humility does not weaken you. It frees you. It releases you from the unrealistic burden of needing everything to go perfectly. Non-attachment also makes success more fulfilling. When you eventually achieve your goals, the joy comes from the journey as much as the result. You feel gratitude rather than relief, pride rather than exhaustion, satisfaction rather than emotional depletion. Another key element of non-attachment planning is learning to hold desire without obsession. Desire motivates you. Obsession drains you. The difference lies in how tightly you hold it. With non-attachment, your desire becomes fuel rather than pressure. You work harder because you love the path, not because you fear failure. Non-attachment also teaches you emotional balance. You learn to celebrate progress without becoming addicted to it. You learn to endure setbacks without collapsing. You learn to stay centered regardless of how the external world shifts. This emotional stability becomes one of your greatest strengths. When you practice non-attachment in your planning, you also develop a deeper relationship with presence. You no longer live in the future. You live in the step you are taking right now. And because you are grounded in the present, your work improves. Your creativity sharpens. Your intuition strengthens. Success becomes a natural consequence of doing the right things with the right mindset. This practice also helps you avoid burnout. Burnout comes from constantly pushing yourself from fear, pressure, or perfectionism. When you release attachment, you stop forcing yourself into an unhealthy pace. You rest when needed without guilt. You work with alignment rather than exhaustion. Non-attachment also reveals your true motivations. When you cling to outcomes, you may be chasing validation. But when you let go of attachment, you discover the deeper reason behind your goals: self-expression, contribution, meaning, growth. These deeper motivations are far more sustainable than approval or ego. Non-attachment planning brings peace into your ambitions. You no longer torture yourself with unrealistic expectations. You no longer measure your worth by progress. You no longer lose sleep over outcomes. You give your best, then release the rest. This creates a healthier, more grounded relationship with success. Eventually, non-attachment becomes a lifestyle. You plan with clarity. You act with intention. You adjust with flexibility. You achieve with joy. You live with balance. You grow without fear. Every day is a new chance to become a better you, and non-attachment planning is the key to building a life where ambition empowers you instead of consuming you. You start feeling something new as you practice non-attachment planning. The pressure that once pushed you begins to loosen. Goals feel lighter. Progress feels calmer. You're no longer fighting life. You're working with it. And as this balance settles into your day, you begin noticing something unexpected. Most of your life is made of ordinary moments, not achievements, not breakthroughs, not dramatic changes, just simple tasks and daily routines. And yet, these small moments shape your mind even more than the big ones. The truth is, your ordinary minutes are the very place where your inner world is being trained. Not during meditation, not during deep conversations, not during big decisions, but while washing a plate, walking to your car, or standing in a line that seems too long. Most people overlook these moments, but they hold a power that can reshape your mind more deeply than any spiritual practice, if you know how to use them. Every day is a new chance to become a better you, and this next lesson reveals how the simplest tasks can become powerful tools for enlightenment and inner transformation. Mundane tasks feel boring because the mind is not present. When your awareness is somewhere else, lost in thought, rushing through the moment, waiting for something more important, you miss the depth that exists in simple actions. The mind becomes restless. The day feels empty. But when presence enters these small tasks, your entire relationship with life changes. Ordinary moments become grounding. They become soothing. They become opportunities to return to yourself. Transforming mundane tasks begins with understanding that every action carries an energy. If you wash dishes with irritation, the irritation grows. If you drive with impatience, the impatience spreads. If you wait in line with frustration, the frustration strengthens. Each small moment becomes training for your mind. When you bring calmness into these tasks, your mind learns calmness. When you bring clarity, it learns clarity. When you bring patience, it learns patience. These micro-practices accumulate into a deep transformation over time. The first shift is choosing to be present. Presence does not require effort, it requires attention. When you wash a plate, pay attention to the water, the movements, the sounds. When you walk, feel the contact between your steps and the ground. When you wait in line, feel your breath and the stillness around you. These simple acts bring your awareness back to the moment, which is the foundation of inner peace. Mundane tasks become spiritual when you slow down just enough to feel them. You are not dragging time, you are entering it. The mind slows, the nervous system relaxes, your breath deepens. The moment becomes clear. You begin noticing sensations you've ignored for years. Warm water on your hands, the soft rhythm of footsteps, the subtle hum of the world around you. These details reconnect you to the present. These practices also reveal how much of your suffering comes from resistance to what is happening. Washing dishes is not stressful. The resistance to washing them is. Waiting in line is not painful. The impatience is. Driving is not exhausting. The frustration is. When you turn these tasks into mindfulness exercises, the resistance dissolves. What was once irritating becomes neutral or even peaceful. You begin to see that your suffering comes not from the task itself, but from the mind's refusal to be where it is. This insight becomes a powerful tool for emotional development. You learn how to stay calm during small moments of discomfort. You learn how to handle boredom without running. You learn how to dissolve impatience before it escalates. Each time you practice this, you build emotional resilience. You train your mind to stay steady in situations where it used to react automatically. This approach also helps you develop gratitude in ways that feel natural, not forced. When you bring presence into everyday tasks, you start noticing the simplicity of life, the warmth of water, the movement of your hands, the rhythm of your breath. These little things remind you that life is happening right now, not later. Gratitude grows naturally from awareness. You don't have to force it. It arises when you see clearly. Mundane tasks also reveal the speed of your mind. When you are washing dishes but thinking about tomorrow, you see how habitually you leave the moment. When you are walking but lost in worry, you see how often your mind escapes. When you are waiting but mentally rushing, you see how deeply impatience is wired. These tasks show you your patterns. They reveal the mental loops that run your life. Awareness of these patterns is the first step toward breaking them. Another powerful aspect of turning ordinary tasks into enlightenment exercises is how it affects your emotional regulation. When your awareness is present, your emotions settle more easily. You stop feeding them with stories. You stop intensifying them through rumination. Presence creates space. In that space, emotions soften. Stress loosens its grip. Anxiety loses its momentum. The mind becomes lighter. This emotional clarity spreads to every part of your life. These practices also help you reclaim lost time. Many people feel their days disappear without meaning. They rush from one task to another, unaware of their own breath, unaware of their surroundings, unaware of themselves. But when you bring mindfulness into ordinary moments, your day expands. Time feels richer. You feel more alive. Life no longer passes by unnoticed. You experience it fully. Transforming mundane tasks also trains compassion. When you are present, you see others more clearly. You notice the person serving you at the store. You feel the patience of those waiting with you. You sense the humanity in the people around you. Presence softens the heart. It makes you kinder without effort. Compassion grows naturally when the mind is awake. This practice also helps you manage stress. Stress thrives in mental noise. When your mind is constantly jumping from thought to thought, you carry unnecessary tension. But when you use small tasks to anchor yourself, the mind stops spiraling. Stress loses its fuel. The nervous system resets. You enter a calmer state that lasts long after the task is finished. Mundane tasks become spiritual when you treat them as moments of practice rather than chores to escape. You shift from "I have to do this" to "I get to practice here." This reframe turns your entire day into a continuous meditation. You no longer need a special environment. You no longer need silence. You no longer need perfect conditions. You learn to find stillness in motion, clarity in activity, peace in the ordinary. This approach also deepens your connection with your body. Most people live in their minds, disconnected from physical sensations. But when you use daily tasks as mindfulness exercises, you reconnect with your body naturally. You feel your movements. You sense your posture. You notice tension before it becomes pain. This awareness prevents physical stress and strengthens your relationship with your own physical presence. These practices also enhance your ability to stay calm in high-pressure situations. When you train your mind to stay present during ordinary stress, it becomes easier to stay grounded during larger challenges. Your reactions slow, your decisions improve, your emotions remain balanced. Mundane practice prepares you for moments that truly test your stability. Transforming daily tasks also teaches humility. You learn that spiritual growth is not about dramatic achievements. It is about how you show up in small moments, how you treat each action, how you honor each breath. This humility deepens your wisdom and softens your ego. This practice strengthens your patience effortlessly. When you use waiting as an exercise, impatience loses its grip. You learn to breathe through delays. You learn to accept the moment instead of resisting it. Patience becomes a natural part of who you are. Over time, these small practices create profound change. Your mind becomes quieter. Your reactions become softer. Your awareness becomes sharper. You begin to feel peace in places where you once felt annoyed or restless. Life feels fuller. Days feel richer. Stress loses its impact. You move through the world with a quiet confidence. Eventually, mundane moments become your most reliable teachers. They shape your mind every day without you needing to set aside special time. They transform your identity slowly, gently, and steadily. You start realizing that enlightenment is not far away. It is hidden in the smallest movements of your day. Every day is a new chance to become a better you, and the ordinary moments you once overlooked become the very foundation of your inner transformation. As you begin turning everyday moments into quiet practices, something deeper starts forming beneath the surface. You notice that the simple act of being present during ordinary tasks changes your mood. Your reactions soften, your mind feels clearer, and without even trying, you start becoming someone different, someone calmer, more aware, more grounded. This shift reveals a truth that most people overlook. The small, private choices you make when no one is watching are the ones shaping who you truly become. Not the big declarations, not the dramatic promises, the tiny decisions that happen quietly inside your mind. There is a hidden power in the choices you make in silence. Choices that seem insignificant but carry a weight that echoes far beyond the moment. And now, you're ready to understand why they matter more than anything. Every day is a new chance to become a better you. And this lesson reveals how your quiet decisions create a ripple effect that slowly shapes your entire character. Quiet decisions are the crossroads you encounter constantly throughout the day. No one sees you take them. No one praises you for them. No one even knows they happened. These moments shape your inner world far more than any public action because they reveal your real intentions, your real discipline, and your real values. When you choose honesty in a moment where you could hide behind convenience, your character strengthens. When you choose patience in a moment where irritation rises, your patience becomes part of you. When you choose self-control in a moment where temptation appears, your discipline becomes real. These choices accumulate quietly. Each small decision sends a message to your inner world about who you are. If you choose kindness repeatedly, your heart learns to soften. If you choose discipline repeatedly, your mind learns to resist impulses. If you choose truth repeatedly, your integrity becomes unshakable. You shape yourself through these repeated whispers, far more than through grand gestures. This ripple effect begins with understanding that every decision is training your mind in a direction. If you let yourself cut corners privately, your mind learns that shortcuts are acceptable. If you let yourself indulge destructive habits when no one is watching, your mind learns to prioritize comfort over growth. If you let yourself avoid challenges secretly, your mind learns fear instead of courage. Each quiet decision plants a seed. Seeds grow roots. Roots shape the future. Many people think character is built during big dramatic moments, but the truth is that those moments only reveal who you already are. Character is built in silence. Integrity is built in the unseen choices. Strength is built in the small decisions where giving up would be easy. Confidence is built in the quiet moments where you rise to your own standards even when there is no audience. The ripple effect also extends into your emotional world. When you make small choices to care for your mind, pausing to breathe, stepping away from negativity, grounding yourself, you create healthier emotional patterns. Over time, these patterns become your default state. Your stress decreases, your reactions soften, your clarity grows. The emotional ripple affects how you see yourself and how you relate to life. These quiet decisions also reveal your real values. It's easy to claim patience when you're in a peaceful environment, but choosing patience when you're tired and no one is watching, that's the moment that shapes your soul. It's easy to say you value honesty, but choosing honesty when lying feels easier. That's what builds your inner foundation. Quiet decisions prove your values to yourself. They show you whether your beliefs are merely words or lived truths. This ripple effect becomes even more powerful when you understand that your mind notices everything you do. Every time you keep a private promise, you build self-trust. Every time you break one, you weaken the bond between you and your own mind. Self-trust is not built from achievements, it's built from consistency. When you trust yourself, your confidence grows from the inside. You stop doubting your ability to change. You stop fearing failure. You begin to feel emotionally stable because your mind knows it can rely on you. Quiet decisions are also where habits are truly formed. A habit is not created by one loud declaration. It's created through micro-choices done repeatedly. Choosing to take one breath before reacting. Choosing to drink water instead of reach for the quick comfort. Choosing to focus for 5 more minutes. These choices are small, but they determine the direction of your entire day. When repeated, they determine the direction of your life. This ripple effect grows because quiet decisions influence your mindset. When you continuously choose helpful actions, your mindset becomes one of growth rather than resistance. You begin approaching challenges with curiosity instead of avoidance. You start believing that you can improve. This belief changes everything. A mindset built through quiet effort becomes stronger than a mindset built through external motivation. Inside-out change lasts. Outside-in change fades. Quiet decisions also teach discipline in its purest form. Discipline is not about forcing yourself in front of others. It's about choosing the harder right over the easier wrong when no one else will ever know. This kind of discipline builds inner freedom. You are no longer controlled by impulse. You are no longer controlled by cravings. You are no longer controlled by fear. Discipline practiced quietly feels empowering because it comes from sincerity, not obligation. Another ripple effect of private choices is how they influence your self-respect. Every time you uphold your standards in private, your self-respect grows. Every time you betray those standards, it weakens. Self-respect is not built from achievements. It's built from alignment. When your actions match your values, even when no one is watching, you feel proud of the person you're becoming. These choices also influence your emotional resilience. When you consistently choose small acts that strengthen your mind, your resilience becomes automatic. You stop collapsing under stress. You stop reacting emotionally to small difficulties. You stop fearing discomfort. Quiet decisions build emotional muscles. The world doesn't change, you do. Quiet decisions also affect how you relate to others. When you choose kindness privately, you become kinder publicly. When you choose understanding privately, you become more compassionate in conversations. When you choose patience privately, your relationships feel less tense. The inner world always spills into the outer world. You cannot hide who you truly are, because who you are in private eventually shapes how you show up with others. Another ripple from quiet decisions is the reduction of guilt and regret. When your private choices align with your values, you no longer carry the heavy feeling of knowing you acted below your potential. Your mind feels lighter. You stop dwelling on things you wish you had done differently. You live with clarity instead of self-blame. This emotional freedom is one of the greatest gifts you can give yourself. Quiet decisions also shape your intuitive wisdom. When your mind is clean, free from self-betrayal, free from dishonesty, free from avoidance, your intuition becomes clearer. You can sense what choices feel right. You can hear your inner guidance more easily. The noise inside you decreases. Clarity replaces confusion. This clarity affects your long-term destiny. The choices you make today shape the person you will be months from now. Those choices shape your opportunities, your relationships, your emotional patterns, your level of peace. You shape your path through your quiet actions. You create momentum. This momentum guides you into a future that feels aligned rather than accidental. The ripple effect also deepens your humility. When you engage in private growth, you realize transformation doesn't require applause. You learn to value inner progress more than external validation. This humility protects your peace. You stop chasing approval. You stop comparing yourself. You start valuing quiet growth over loud recognition. Quiet decisions also cultivate stability. When your inner standards become consistent, your behavior becomes predictable in the best way. You stop being controlled by moods. You stop letting random impulses decide your day. You start living with intention. This stability gives you emotional safety. You feel grounded because you are no longer unpredictable to yourself. This practice also teaches you accountability. When you take responsibility for your private choices, you stop blaming others for your life. You stop waiting for circumstances to change. You stop searching for excuses. You start seeing that you have far more power than you realized. Your power lies in the choices no one else sees. Over time, these quiet decisions create a transformation so deep that people around you will feel it even if they can't explain it. You will become calmer, clearer, more disciplined, more compassionate. Your presence will change. Your energy will change. Your confidence will change. This transformation does not happen suddenly. It happens through countless small decisions that build a new identity from within. Every day is a new chance to become a better you, and the quiet choices you make in private are the seeds that determine what kind of person you are becoming. One moment, one decision, one ripple at a time. The more you honor those quiet decisions, the more you begin to feel something stabilizing inside you. Your choices start lining up with your values. Your inner voice grows stronger. Your self-respect deepens. And with this new sense of alignment, another truth becomes harder to ignore. Real growth does not happen at the speed your impatience demands. It happens at the speed your soul can absorb. And this is where the next lesson rises naturally. Because once you see how powerful small choices are, you also realize how much time they need to grow roots. There is a form of strength that most people overlook. A strength that does not shout, does not rush, does not force itself into the world. A strength that steadies you during uncertainty and sharpens your mind in a way urgency never can. This strength is patience, but not the passive kind. The kind that shapes your destiny quietly, deeply, and powerfully. Every day is a new chance to become a better you, and this next lesson reveals how radical patience becomes the discipline that multiplies your progress far more than pressure or speed ever could. Patience has been misunderstood. Most people think patience means waiting, doing nothing, or accepting delays without frustration. But radical patience is different. It is an active form of strength. It's the discipline of staying steady while you keep moving forward. It's the ability to trust the process without collapsing into anxiety. It's the refusal to force outcomes before their time. Radical patience is the quiet belief that growth always happens beneath the surface long before you see results. It's the understanding that everything meaningful requires space to develop. Skills need repetition. Habits need consistency. Wounds need gentleness. Clarity needs silence. Strength needs time. Without patience, none of these things can take root. This practice begins with recognizing that impatience is not a sign of high standards. It is a sign of fear. Impatience comes from the belief that if things don't happen quickly, they won't happen at all. It comes from insecurity and the feeling that you must rush to outrun your own doubts. But impatience breaks your rhythm. It sabotages your progress. It makes you abandon good habits before they have time to take effect. Radical patience replaces fear with trust. Trust in your steps. Trust in your effort. Trust in the process unfolding even when you cannot see it. When you practice this kind of patience, you stop judging yourself so harshly for slow progress. You stop feeling behind. You stop comparing your timeline to anyone else's. Your inner world stabilizes because you stop fighting the natural pace of change. This kind of patience also rewires your relationship with discomfort. Instead of panicking when things feel slow or uncertain, you stay grounded. You breathe through the tension. You stay committed to your path. You understand that discomfort is not a stop sign. It is a signal that growth is underway. Radical patience teaches you to sit with uncertainty without trying to escape it. It also deepens your ability to master your habits. Most people quit too early. They expect transformation to happen in days or weeks. When it doesn't, they assume something is wrong with them. But patience reminds you that habits are not built through intensity. They are built through consistency. You don't need perfect days. You need patient days. You don't need sudden breakthroughs. You need steady repetition. Patience gives your habits time to become part of your identity. Radical patience also strengthens your emotional resilience. When things take longer than expected, impatience creates anxiety. It fills your mind with doubt. It makes you question your worth. But patience teaches you how to stay calm when the outcome is not immediate. It teaches you how to continue even when your emotions fluctuate. This emotional steadiness becomes one of your greatest assets in life. This form of patience also transforms your self-discipline. Discipline without patience becomes punishment. Discipline with patience becomes devotion. When you commit to something with patience, you stop chasing quick rewards. You start valuing the process. You work steadily, not desperately. This changes the way you move through life. You become less frantic, less stressed, less reactive. Your work becomes smoother and more intentional. Radical patience also clears mental noise. When you rush, your mind fills with pressure. You think about the future constantly. You obsess over results. You lose presence. But when you practice patience, the mind quiets. You start focusing on the step you are taking instead of the outcome you are chasing. This mental clarity improves your decisions, your creativity, and your emotional balance. This practice also helps you break cycles of self-sabotage. Many people expect quick results, and when they don't see them, they assume they are failing. This leads to quitting too soon. But patience teaches you that progress often happens invisibly at first. The roots grow before the leaves appear. The inner shifts happen before the outer ones show. Radical patience helps you stay consistent long enough for change to become visible. Another powerful part of this practice is how it strengthens your relationship with time. Instead of seeing time as your enemy, you begin to see it as your ally. You understand that time gives you space to grow. Time gives you clarity. Time gives you resilience. Time allows your new habits to become natural. When you stop fighting time, your life becomes softer and more manageable. Radical patience also teaches humility. You begin to understand that you cannot control everything. You cannot predict every outcome. You cannot force life to move at your pace. This humility doesn't weaken you. It frees you. It removes pressure. It lets you breathe. It makes your growth more honest and less aggressive. This patience also improves your relationships. Without patience, relationships fracture easily. Misunderstandings escalate. Small issues turn into arguments. But patience slows you down. It gives you space to listen. It helps you respond rather than react. It gives others room to grow alongside you instead of expecting them to change instantly. This kind of patience builds trust, connection, and compassion. Another ripple effect of radical patience is how it increases your emotional intelligence. When you slow down, you can feel your emotions more clearly. You can understand them instead of rushing past them. You can respond to them wisely rather than impulsively. This emotional awareness shapes your character and deepens your wisdom. Patience also enhances your ability to handle long-term goals. Most meaningful goals take time: physical health, emotional healing, career growth, skill mastery, spiritual development. Without patience, you either rush through them or abandon them. With patience, you give each goal the space it needs. You stop expecting yourself to transform overnight. You start respecting the pace of real change. Radical patience also teaches you how to enjoy life more deeply. When you rush, you miss moments, you miss details, you miss experiences. But when you slow down, you feel life instead of racing through it. You notice the warmth in a conversation, the comfort in a breath, the beauty in simple things. Presence is the natural outcome of patience. This practice also strengthens your sense of inner stability. You feel less shaken by delays. You feel less threatened by slow progress. You feel less anxious about uncertainty. You begin to carry a quiet confidence, a knowing that you are moving in the right direction even if you can't see the destination yet. Over time, radical patience turns you into someone who cannot be rushed, pressured, or intimidated by life's timing. You move with intention. You act with clarity. You grow with steadiness. You understand that what is meant for you does not require force. It requires consistency, awareness, and trust. Every day is a new chance to become a better you, and radical patience becomes the discipline that multiplies your progress far beyond what speed or urgency could ever achieve. As you settle into the power of radical patience, you begin noticing something almost surprising. The more patient you become, the less your mind pushes, demands, or clings. Pressure loosens. Expectations soften. Your reactions slow. You begin feeling a subtle spaciousness inside you, a gentle openness that wasn't there before. And within that space, you start to see something clearly. Much of your inner struggle doesn't come from life. It comes from the ego's need to control everything. This realization naturally leads into the next step of your transformation, because once you understand how deeply the ego shapes your reactions, you can begin learning how to soften it. Not destroy it, not deny it, but loosen its grip so you can move through life with more peace and emotional flexibility. There is a quieter way of living, one where you stop fighting yourself. A way where you release the tightness that makes life feel heavier than it needs to be. A way where your heart becomes more open, your mind becomes more spacious, and your relationships, both with yourself and others, become more harmonious. Every day is a new chance to become a better you, And this next lesson reveals how softening the ego through simple daily rituals can reduce internal conflict and deepen your emotional freedom. The ego is not your enemy. It is simply the part of you that tries to protect your identity. It wants to feel right. It wants to feel important. It wants to feel seen. But when the ego becomes rigid, it creates tension everywhere. Inside your mind, inside your relationships, inside your sense of self. You feel the need to defend your opinions. You feel offended when things don't go your way. You feel threatened by feedback, even gentle feedback. You feel jealous when someone else succeeds. None of this is because you are flawed. It's because the ego is doing what it was built to do. But the ego is not meant to be the driver of your life. It is meant to be a tool, not a master. When you soften it, you create mental space. You create emotional flexibility. You create room for kindness, clarity, and growth. Ego softening is not self-erasure. It is self-expansion. The first step of ego softening is the daily practice of humility. Humility is not self-deprecation. It is the quiet recognition that you do not have to be right all the time. You do not have to know everything. You do not have to win every argument. When you approach conversations with the intention to understand rather than dominate, your ego relaxes. You no longer feel the need to defend yourself constantly. This creates inner peace that cannot be reached through force. Humility also helps you receive feedback without feeling attacked. The ego interprets feedback as a threat, but humility interprets it as a chance to grow. When you soften and listen, you uncover blind spots you didn't know you had. You learn faster. You make better decisions. You become more adaptable. Feedback becomes less about shame and more about alignment. Another ritual that softens the ego is practicing gratitude intentionally. Gratitude directs your attention away from what you lack and toward what you have. The ego thrives on comparison, but gratitude dissolves comparison naturally. When you appreciate the people, moments, and opportunities in your life, the ego loses its grip. Gratitude makes the heart softer, lighter, more open. This reduces the internal conflicts created by envy, competitiveness, and resentment. A powerful ego-softening practice is choosing silence before speaking. Even a brief pause helps you feel the emotion beneath your response. Is it irritation, fear, pride, defensiveness? When you pause, you see these emotions clearly, and clarity weakens the ego's automatic reaction. This brief moment of awareness prevents unnecessary arguments, misunderstandings, and emotional spirals. Silence becomes your ally, not your withdrawal. Another daily ritual is the practice of curiosity. Curiosity is the opposite of ego. Ego assumes. Curiosity explores. Ego declares. Curiosity asks. Ego reacts. Curiosity observes. When you approach life with curiosity, you allow yourself to learn. You open yourself to experiences without judgment. You listen more deeply. You see situations from new angles. Curiosity makes you more flexible, and flexibility dissolves ego rigidity. Letting go of the need for constant validation also softens the ego. Many internal conflicts arise from seeking approval, from wanting others to recognize your worth, your intelligence, your achievements. But this creates emotional dependence. When you release the need for validation, you reclaim your inner authority. You start doing things because they align with your values, not because they impress others. This creates stability inside your heart. Another important practice is choosing compassion over defensiveness. When the ego feels threatened, it reacts defensively. But when you respond with compassion to yourself and others, you create space for understanding. Compassion for yourself allows you to grow without shame. Compassion for others helps you see their struggles and emotions instead of reacting to their behavior. This shifts your relationships from conflict to connection. A subtle but powerful ritual is embracing small acts of kindness. Ego wants recognition, but kindness given quietly without seeking praise weakens the ego beautifully. When you help someone privately, when you speak gently, when you give without expecting anything in return, you train your mind to value connection over self-importance. This creates warmth inside you. It dissolves tension. It strengthens your humanity. Daily ego softening also requires accepting imperfection. Ego pursues perfection to feel safe and admired. But perfection is an impossible standard. Instead, embracing imperfection allows you to relax. You stop trying to perform. You stop pretending to be flawless. You stop fearing mistakes. This acceptance gives you emotional flexibility. You become more patient with yourself. You stop judging yourself harshly. You give yourself room to grow. Another ritual is the practice of listening deeply. Most people listen to reply. Ego wants to be heard more than it wants to understand. But when you listen with presence, fully, without interrupting, you create connection. You discover the emotions beneath other people's words. You allow their truth to land in your mind without resistance. This kind of listening reduces conflict and increases empathy. Ego softening also requires learning how to release the need to control outcomes. The ego tries to control everything: people, reactions, situations, results. But control creates stress, tension, and resistance. When you release this need, life softens. You flow instead of force. You accept instead of wrestle. You trust instead of fear. This calmness reduces internal conflict dramatically. Another way to soften the ego is by practicing self-reflection at the end of each day. Not to judge yourself, but to understand yourself. Ask, where did my ego create tension today? Where did it make me defensive? Where did it block connection? Reflection expands awareness. Awareness weakens ego power. Over time, these reflections become natural, and you start catching ego-driven reactions before they control your behavior. Practicing physical relaxation also softens the ego. A tense ego lives in a tense body. Relaxing your shoulders, unclenching your jaw, slowing your breath. These actions calm your nervous system. When the body softens, the mind follows. Emotional rigidity dissolves. Your energy becomes more fluid. You feel more grounded. Another daily ritual is accepting when you don't know. The ego clings to certainty. It fears being wrong, but accepting uncertainty brings relief. You no longer need to pretend. You become comfortable saying, "I'm not sure," or "I need time to think." This honesty builds authenticity and reduces emotional friction. Ego softening also strengthens your relationships. When your ego is flexible, you argue less, forgive faster, communicate more openly, and understand more deeply. You stop projecting your fears onto others. You stop turning conversations into competitions. You start meeting people with openness rather than judgment. This practice also deepens your inner peace. When the ego is rigid, your mind is constantly on alert, guarding, protecting, defending. When the ego softens, this tension melts. You feel lighter mentally, emotionally, and physically. You no longer carry unnecessary battles inside you. Over time, these rituals reshape your identity. You become someone calm, grounded, open-hearted, and emotionally adaptable. Someone who can handle conflict without reacting harshly. Someone who can apologize without shame. Someone who can change their mind without feeling weakened. Someone who grows effortlessly because their ego no longer blocks growth. Every day is a new chance to become a better you, and softening the ego through simple daily rituals becomes the key to reducing internal conflict and expanding your emotional freedom. As your ego begins to soften through daily rituals, something important becomes clearer. The inner conflicts that once felt sharp now feel quieter, less threatening, easier to examine. You are no longer reacting from a place of rigidity. You are no longer living through layers of defensiveness. With this space inside you, emotions that once felt overwhelming start rising in a different way. Instead of crashing into you, they surface gently, offering glimpses of the truths they've been carrying. And this is where the next step naturally unfolds, because once the ego loosens, emotions can finally speak, and you become capable of hearing them. There is a powerful shift that happens when you stop fearing negative emotions, when you stop pushing them down or lashing out through them, when you start seeing them not as enemies, but as messengers. They hold stories, they hold insights, they hold wisdom that cannot reveal itself until you meet them with openness. Every day is a new chance to become a better you. And this lesson reveals how to recycle your negative emotions into self-understanding, strength, and clarity. Most people treat negative emotions as problems to eliminate. Anger is suppressed. Jealousy is denied. Fear is avoided. Sadness is covered with distraction. But emotions don't disappear when ignored. They hide. They settle into the body. They shape beliefs. They distort perception. And eventually they erupt in ways that feel uncontrollable. The key is not to get rid of negative emotions, but to understand them, to turn them into insight rather than letting them become internal chaos. Emotional recycling begins with the simple act of acknowledging what you feel without judgment. You name the emotion gently. Not, "I am angry," but "anger is present." Not, "I am jealous," but "jealousy is here." This phrasing creates healthy distance. It reminds you that the emotion is an experience, not an identity. You become the observer rather than the emotion itself. This shift weakens emotional intensity, giving you space to work with it consciously. The next step is allowing the emotion to exist without resisting it. Most emotional suffering comes from resistance. When you suppress anger, it grows sharper. When you deny jealousy, it hides deeper. When you push away fear, it expands in the shadows. Allowing the emotion simply means letting it be felt. You breathe through the heat of anger. You feel the tightness of jealousy. You sense the trembling of fear. You do not push it away or feed it with stories. You allow the energy to rise, peak, and soften naturally. This process teaches your nervous system that emotions are safe to feel, not threats to avoid. Once the emotion is allowed, the insight begins to emerge. Every emotion carries information. Anger often reveals boundaries that were crossed or needs that were ignored. Jealousy often reveals deep insecurities or unhealed wounds about worthiness. Fear often reveals areas of uncertainty or areas where past pain is influencing the present. When you listen to the emotion instead of fighting it, it teaches you. The emotion becomes guidance instead of suffering. Emotional recycling also teaches you how to separate the story from the feeling. The story is what your mind adds. They don't respect me. I'm not good enough. Something terrible will happen. The feeling is the raw energy in your body. When you detach the story, the emotion becomes easier to handle. You don't get trapped in mental loops. You feel the emotion physically and let the mind quiet. This reduces emotional intensity and prevents unnecessary suffering. Another powerful part of emotional recycling is investigating the root cause of the emotion. Most strong emotions are not reactions to the present moment. They are reactions to the past resurfacing. Anger often carries old hurt. Jealousy often echoes old comparisons. Fear often comes from past failures or childhood impressions. When you gently trace an emotion back to its origin, you begin understanding the deeper layers of yourself. This understanding transforms emotional patterns that have controlled you for years. Emotional recycling also involves expressing emotions in healthy ways. Expression does not mean exploding or dumping your feelings onto others. It means releasing the energy through conscious channels, speaking honestly, journaling, breathing deeply, moving your body, creating art, or simply sitting with the emotion until it softens. When emotions are expressed with awareness, they transform into insight rather than building into resentment or anxiety. This practice teaches you emotional responsibility. You stop blaming others for your feelings. You stop expecting others to fix your inner world. You understand that your emotions belong to you and that working with them consciously is an act of self-maturity. Emotional responsibility brings power because you realize you are not helpless in your inner experience. Emotional recycling also develops emotional intelligence. You become skilled at recognizing what you feel, why you feel it, and how to respond in ways that align with your values. You start noticing emotional patterns quickly. You learn which thoughts feed your emotions and which thoughts soothe them. This clarity allows you to move through emotional waves without being overwhelmed. This practice also makes you less reactive. When you understand your emotions, you don't lash out impulsively. You don't project your pain onto others. You don't escalate situations with unnecessary aggression. Instead, you respond thoughtfully. You speak from clarity. You choose behavior that reflects your higher self rather than your temporary emotion. This changes your relationships dramatically. Emotional recycling also deepens your self-compassion. When you understand the roots of your emotions, you become kinder to yourself. You stop saying, "What's wrong with me?" and start saying, "This emotion is trying to show me something." You stop blaming yourself for feeling deeply. You start recognizing your emotions as part of your humanity. This compassion reduces shame, which allows healing. Negative emotions also reveal your unmet needs. Anger may signal a need for respect or boundaries. Jealousy may signal a need for reassurance or self-worth. Fear may signal a need for safety, clarity, or rest. When you understand these needs, you can meet them consciously instead of acting out unconsciously. Meeting your needs directly reduces emotional suffering long-term. Emotional recycling also teaches you how to find power in vulnerability. When you allow yourself to feel deeply, you access layers of yourself that were previously hidden. You become authentic. You become real. This authenticity builds emotional strength. Vulnerability is not weakness. It is the portal to emotional maturity. Another benefit of this practice is the reduction of emotional buildup. When emotions are not processed, they accumulate. They turn into irritability, resentment, anxiety, or emotional numbness. But when you recycle emotions as they arise, your inner world stays clearer. Your mind becomes lighter. Your body releases tension more easily. You feel more balanced. This practice also enhances your intuition. When your emotional world is not clouded by unprocessed negativity, you can sense your inner truth more clearly. You can distinguish fear-based thoughts from intuitive guidance. You can recognize what choices align with your well-being. This clarity helps you navigate life with confidence. Emotional recycling also increases your resilience. You stop fearing emotional waves because you know how to work with them. You trust your ability to process hard feelings. You understand that emotions rise and fade naturally. This resilience makes you stronger in the face of challenges. This practice also improves your relationships. When you process your emotions, you become more available, compassionate, and grounded. You communicate more clearly. You understand others more deeply. You stop projecting your unresolved pain. You listen without defensiveness. You love without fear. Another ripple effect is the strengthening of your inner peace. When negative emotions are not stored, your mind becomes more quiet. You stop carrying emotional clutter. You stop replaying old memories. You stop living with unresolved tension. Peace becomes your natural state rather than something you chase. Over time, emotional recycling becomes a way of life. You feel emotions fully. You understand them deeply. You transform them consciously. You grow through them instead of shrinking from them. You become emotionally wise, emotionally stable, emotionally free. Every day is a new chance to become a better you, and emotional recycling turns your negative feelings into some of your greatest teachers by revealing the wisdom hidden beneath discomfort instead of letting it control your life. As you begin turning negative emotions into insight, you notice something shifting inside you. What once felt threatening now feels understandable. What once overwhelmed you now feels manageable. You start to see that emotions are not monsters to outrun. They are messages pointing you toward deeper truths. And with this new clarity comes the next step, one that many avoid their entire lives. Facing yourself honestly, without fear, without cruelty, without shame. This step doesn't arrive with force. It emerges quietly. You start catching glimpses of habits that no longer serve you. You notice patterns that once controlled you. You begin sensing the parts of yourself that need attention. But now, instead of judging them, you feel drawn to understand them. That is the doorway into the path of gentle self-confrontation. There is a way to look at your flaws without tearing yourself apart. A way to meet your imperfections with honesty instead of denial, compassion instead of criticism, clarity instead of self-punishment. This way allows transformation to unfold naturally instead of being forced. Every day is a new chance to become a better you, and this lesson reveals how gentle self-confrontation becomes the foundation for true, sustainable inner growth. Most people avoid self-confrontation because they've only experienced it through harshness. They believe looking inward means attacking themselves for every flaw, punishing themselves for every mistake, or drowning in shame for who they have been. But growth cannot bloom in an environment of hostility. Shame blocks transformation. Fear locks patterns in place. The mind cannot open when it feels threatened. Gentle self-confrontation shifts the approach entirely. Instead of judging yourself, you observe yourself. Instead of harshness, you practice curiosity. Instead of punishment, you choose compassion. You face your flaws the way a good teacher works with a struggling student, not with cruelty, but with understanding and patience. This practice begins with acknowledging that you are both a work in progress and a work of value. Your flaws do not erase your worth. Your mistakes do not define your identity. You are learning, unlearning, evolving. Seeing this truth softens the fear that often makes self-reflection painful. When you no longer see flaws as proof of inadequacy, you are free to examine them honestly. The next step is learning to observe your patterns without increasing their shame. When you notice a habit you dislike, such as defensiveness, avoidance, insecurity, or anger, you do not say, "Why am I like this?" or "What's wrong with me?" These questions inflame shame. Instead, you say, "I want to understand this." This shift opens the door to transformation. Gentle confrontation means tracing a pattern back to its root rather than attacking the behavior itself. Many flaws were created to protect you. Defensiveness may come from old criticism. Avoidance may come from past overwhelm. Anger may come from unmet needs. Insecurity may come from early wounds. When you see that your patterns developed for a reason, they lose their harshness. You stop fighting them and start understanding them. Awareness becomes healing. This practice also teaches you to separate behavior from identity. You can say, "I acted impatiently," without saying, "I am a bad person." You can say, "I made a mistake," without saying, "I am a failure." This separation is essential for growth because it allows you to correct the behavior without breaking your spirit. You stop collapsing your entire identity into one moment of imperfection. Another core aspect of gentle self-confrontation is taking responsibility without self-attack. Responsibility means acknowledging your part honestly. It means saying, "This was my choice," or "I contributed to this problem." But you do this from a place of clarity, not self-punishment. Responsibility empowers you because it gives you the ability to change the behavior. Shame keeps you stuck because it convinces you that change is impossible. Gentle confrontation also requires slowing down enough to feel your internal reactions. When you catch yourself repeating an old pattern, interrupting, shutting down, overthinking, comparing, you pause. You feel the tension behind the reaction. You sense the discomfort that triggers the habit. This awareness helps you understand the emotions beneath the behavior. And once you see the emotion clearly, the behavior loses power. This approach teaches you emotional honesty. Many people lie to themselves about their feelings, not because they want to, but because they fear what they will find. Gentle self-confrontation makes honesty safe. You can say, "I feel jealous," without shame. You can say, "I felt threatened," without guilt. You can say, "I felt insecure," without self-judgment. When you speak the truth to yourself with kindness, you dissolve emotional blocks that have lived inside you for years. Another part of this practice is learning to forgive yourself quickly. Forgiveness is not letting yourself off the hook. It is letting go of the emotional punishment that keeps you stuck in old patterns. When you forgive yourself, you free up energy that can be used to grow. Shame locks the past in place. Forgiveness opens the future. Forgiveness also strengthens self-trust. When you forgive yourself, you send the message, "I believe in my ability to change." This belief becomes the foundation for all transformation. Without self-trust, growth feels threatening. With self-trust, growth feels possible. Gentle self-confrontation also deepens your self-awareness. You start noticing how your tone changes when you are stressed. You begin seeing how your thoughts shift when you feel insecure. You observe how your body reacts when a boundary is crossed. This awareness allows you to intervene earlier in your patterns. You stop reacting blindly. You start responding consciously. This practice also reduces emotional avoidance. When confrontation is gentle, you no longer need to hide from uncomfortable truths. You can examine your triggers without panic. You can explore your fears without shutting down. You can look at your shadow sides without collapsing into guilt. This honesty dissolves internal conflict because nothing inside you is being denied or hidden. Another powerful effect of gentle confrontation is how it removes the fear of being wrong. Ego fights hard to avoid being wrong because being wrong feels like losing worth. But when you soften your ego and meet mistakes with kindness, being wrong stops being dangerous. It becomes a moment of learning, a moment of clarity, a moment of growth. This reduces conflict in your life because you stop needing to defend yourself constantly. Gentle self-confrontation also enhances your relationships. When you understand your flaws, you become more empathetic toward others. You recognize that their flaws also come from old wounds, old fears, old patterns. You become less judgmental, more compassionate, more patient. You stop taking things personally because you see the deeper layers behind behavior. This practice also helps you break the cycle of self-criticism. Many people live with an inner voice that constantly attacks them, but when you practice gentle confrontation, the tone of your inner voice changes. It becomes a guide rather than a critic. It becomes supportive rather than harsh. This creates a healthier internal environment, one that encourages growth instead of punishing imperfection. Gentle confrontation also strengthens emotional maturity. Instead of blaming others or external circumstances, you look inward with honesty. You recognize your patterns. You correct your direction. You grow from within. This kind of maturity creates stability in your life. You stop feeling helpless. You stop feeling like life is happening to you. You become an active participant in your own evolution. This practice requires consistency. You can't confront yourself once and expect transformation. It must become a habit, a daily practice. something you do naturally throughout your day, pausing, observing, understanding, adjusting. This repetition rewires your mind. It strengthens your emotional stability. It builds a healthier relationship with yourself. In time, gentle self-confrontation transforms your identity. You stop seeing yourself through the lens of shame. You see yourself through clarity and compassion. You begin believing that growth is possible. You start acting from self-awareness rather than insecurity. You evolve faster because you resist yourself less. Eventually, you become someone who can look inward without fear, someone who can face their flaws without collapsing, someone who can change without attacking themselves. This is emotional freedom. This is maturity. This is the foundation for every future transformation you will make. Every day is a new chance to become a better you, and gentle self-confrontation becomes the doorway to deep, shame-free, honest personal growth. As you learn to face yourself with honesty and gentleness, something subtle but powerful begins to unfold. The harsh inner pressure that once pushed you relentlessly starts to dissolve. The shame that once cornered you loses its authority. You begin acting from clarity instead of self-attack. And with this clarity, you naturally begin noticing another pattern, one that quietly shapes the pace of your life. You realize that sometimes you push yourself too hard, and other times you hold back out of fear. Neither extreme serves you. You're ready for balance, the kind that brings steady progress without draining your spirit. There is a way of moving through life that protects your energy while still honoring your goals. A way that allows you to grow without burning out, to improve without exhausting yourself, to act with purpose without losing yourself in pressure or complacency. This is one of the most practical and liberating lessons in Buddhist practice. The skill of appropriate effort. Every day is a new chance to become a better you, and this next lesson reveals how adjusting your effort with precision can transform your progress, your well-being, and your entire relationship with discipline. Appropriate effort is the antidote to imbalance. Most people live in extremes, overworking until their spirit collapses or avoiding tasks until guilt consumes them. One side leads to burnout, the other to stagnation. Appropriate effort lives in the space between these two poles. It is not laziness, it is not force, it is movement guided by wisdom. The first step in this practice is recognizing the signs of imbalance within yourself. When you push too hard, you feel tension build in your body. Your breathing becomes shallow. Your mind becomes impatient. You begin losing presence in the present moment. You feel overwhelmed by tasks that once felt manageable. These are signals that your effort is no longer healthy. On the other hand, when your effort is too low, you feel dull inside. You know you could do more, but you avoid it. You feel restless, but unmotivated. You start seeking distractions. You avoid meaningful actions because they require discomfort. This low-energy avoidance is not rest. It is stagnation dressed as comfort. Appropriate effort begins by recognizing both extremes without judgment. The next step is learning to adjust your level of effort based on what the moment requires. Not what fear demands, not what ego demands, not what society demands, but what is actually needed for you to grow sustainably. Sometimes the moment calls for discipline, to focus, to push through resistance, to follow through. Other times the moment calls for gentleness, to rest, to breathe, to recharge, to step back so clarity can return. Appropriate effort is the wisdom to know which is needed. This practice also teaches you to work with your natural rhythms instead of against them. Your energy fluctuates, your motivation shifts, your clarity rises and falls. Instead of forcing productivity during exhaustion or waiting for inspiration during avoidance, you learn to sense your internal state. When your energy is high, you move with focus. When your energy is low but steady, you move slowly but consistently. When your energy is depleted, you rest without guilt. This awareness prevents burnout while maintaining momentum. Appropriate effort also means working in a way that honors the task rather than rushing through it. When you act with presence, your effort becomes more effective. You make fewer mistakes. You waste less energy. You think more clearly. You feel grounded rather than frantic. The quality of your effort matters more than the quantity. Slow and mindful progress often accomplishes far more than rushed intensity. This skill also transforms your relationship with discipline. Discipline without wisdom becomes harshness, but appropriate effort turns discipline into alignment. You stop forcing yourself through sheer willpower and start guiding yourself through intentional choices. You recognize when resistance is simply fear and when it is your body asking for rest. You learn to differentiate between avoidance and exhaustion. This discernment becomes one of your most valuable tools. Another powerful aspect of this practice is learning how to break tasks into manageable steps. When you push yourself to do everything at once, the mind becomes overwhelmed. But when you divide tasks into smaller pieces, effort feels lighter and more sustainable. Completing small steps creates momentum. It builds confidence. It keeps you moving without draining your energy. Appropriate effort understands that consistent small actions outperform irregular bursts of intensity. This practice also deepens your emotional intelligence. When you work with appropriate effort, you start sensing the emotions behind your behavior. You notice when perfectionism is driving you too hard. You recognize when fear of failure is making you avoid challenges. You understand when guilt is influencing your effort level. This emotional awareness helps you make choices based on wisdom instead of automatic patterns. Appropriate effort also helps you escape the trap of urgency. Urgency creates pressure, stress, and mental clutter. It makes everything feel like an emergency. But most things in life are not emergencies. When you slow down and bring presence into your work, urgency dissolves. You act with calm focus instead of panic. This calmness increases productivity and reduces tension. Another benefit of this practice is the way it protects your mental health. Burnout is not caused by working too hard. It is caused by working out of alignment with your internal capacity. When your effort is appropriate, you protect your emotional stability. You feel more grounded. You recover faster from challenges. You stop pushing yourself until you break. Appropriate effort also teaches you how to commit without attachment. You give your best, not because you fear failing, but because it aligns with your values. You act steadily, but without obsessing over outcomes. This frees you from anxiety while strengthening your resolve. This practice also increases your resilience. When your effort is balanced, you don't collapse when the path gets difficult. You don't burn out when life becomes demanding. You don't give up easily because your energy has been conserved wisely. Appropriate effort builds endurance, not just physical endurance, but emotional and mental endurance. Another part of this practice is learning to enjoy the process rather than fixating on the destination. When your effort is balanced, the journey becomes more peaceful. You stop rushing to reach the end. You stop seeing progress as a race. You start appreciating small advancements. This enjoyment reduces pressure and strengthens consistency. Appropriate effort also expands your self-awareness. You begin learning what truly motivates you, what drains you, what inspires you, and what distracts you. You build a deeper understanding of your own mind. This self-knowledge helps you navigate life with more skill and less struggle. This practice also helps you avoid complacency. Appropriate effort is not about doing the bare minimum. It is about doing what is needed for growth. When you sense you are holding back, you nudge yourself gently forward, not by force, but by guidance. You challenge yourself in a healthy way, enough to grow, not enough to break. Another important part of this practice is learning how to rest with intention. Rest is not avoidance. Rest is not laziness. Rest is preparing your mind and body for continued growth. When you rest intentionally, you recharge fully. When you rest out of avoidance, you remain drained. Appropriate effort helps you distinguish the difference. Over time, this balanced effort becomes natural. You begin living with more ease. You feel more in control of your energy. You become productive without pressure. You improve without forcing yourself. You grow without exhaustion. Your life becomes smoother, steadier, and more aligned with your true capacity. Every day is a new chance to become a better you, and mastering appropriate effort becomes the skill that keeps you progressing without draining your mind, body, or spirit. As you learn to adjust your effort with wisdom, you begin moving through life with a steadier rhythm. You stop fighting your own limits. You stop forcing progress. You stop collapsing into avoidance. Your days feel more balanced, your energy more stable, your focus more peaceful. But with this new balance, something deeper begins to surface. Patterns you didn't notice before. Desires that guide your choices without your awareness. Fears that influence your reactions quietly. Expectations you didn't realize you were carrying. These hidden forces reveal themselves only when the noise inside you begins to quiet. This is the next layer of transformation, one that requires subtle awareness, because some of the things that cause you the most suffering are not the desires you know, but the ones you don't. There is a world inside you that operates behind your conscious mind, a world of attachments so subtle you mistake them for personality, preference, or even truth. These unseen attachments shape how you feel, what you choose, how you react, and what hurts you. Once you begin seeing them clearly, everything in your life starts making more sense. Every day is a new chance to become a better you, and this next lesson reveals how to uncover and release the invisible attachments that quietly create your suffering. Invisible attachments are the desires and expectations you hold without realizing it. They don't feel like choices. They feel like who you are, but they are not you. They are conditioning, old beliefs, unexamined hopes, inherited fears, and silent emotional cravings. These attachments create tension because they form the gap between how you want life to be and how it actually is. One of the deepest invisible attachments is the desire for certainty. You may not say it out loud, but a part of you wants life to move predictably. You want people to act in ways that make sense to you. You want situations to unfold according to your expectations. This attachment makes uncertainty feel threatening. It makes change feel unsafe. It makes mistakes feel fatal. Releasing this attachment doesn't mean embracing chaos. It means accepting that the future cannot be controlled, only navigated. Another invisible attachment is the desire for approval. You may not think of yourself as someone who needs validation, but small clues reveal it. Feeling uneasy when someone misunderstands you, feeling tense when you think you've disappointed someone, feeling the need to prove your worth. This attachment creates emotional dependence. It ties your self-value to external reactions. When you uncover this attachment, you begin reclaiming your power from other people's opinions. A subtle attachment many carry is the desire for perfection. Not perfection in everything, but perfection in the things that matter most to you: your work, your relationships, your self-image. This attachment makes you harsh toward yourself. It makes you fear failure. It makes you avoid risks that could help you grow. When you uncover this attachment, you recognize that your pursuit of perfection is not strength. It is fear wearing the mask of ambition. There is also the attachment to identity, the quiet belief that you must always play certain roles or meet certain expectations to be accepted. You may feel attached to being the strong one, the calm one, the reliable one, the successful one, or the one who never struggles. These identities create invisible pressure. They shape how you show up even when you're tired. They make you hide your real emotions. When you uncover this attachment, you allow yourself to be more human. Another hidden attachment is the desire for control over others' perceptions. You want to be seen in a certain light. You want to be understood clearly. You want people to see your intentions. This attachment causes anxiety because perceptions cannot be controlled. The more you try to manage how others see you, the more you distance yourself from your authentic self. Releasing this attachment brings tremendous freedom. Invisible attachments also show up in your desires for comfort. Not obvious comfort like rest or pleasure, but emotional comfort, such as wanting situations to feel familiar, wanting interactions to follow predictable patterns, wanting life to fit the shape you crafted for it. This attachment keeps you trapped in old patterns and relationships simply because they feel familiar. When you uncover it, you realize that comfort is not always safety. It can be a cage. Another hidden attachment is the desire to avoid disappointment. You may not realize how much you shape your choices around avoiding emotional pain. You hesitate to dream too big. You hold yourself back from connection. You protect your heart by limiting your hopes. You keep your expectations low. This attachment blocks potential. Once you identify it, you understand why your life feels smaller than it needs to be. Subconscious attachments also control your emotional triggers. When someone's behavior upsets you more than it should, there is an attachment beneath the reaction. The anger might mask an attachment to being respected. The sadness might reveal an attachment to being valued. The jealousy might uncover an attachment to feeling enough. These emotional responses are pathways to deeper understanding. Each trigger points to an unseen attachment. Invisible attachments also hide in your goals. Sometimes you chase a dream not because it aligns with your heart, but because it satisfies an old attachment, to prove yourself, to belong, to feel worthy, to meet an external standard. When you uncover these hidden motives, your goals become clearer, lighter, and more aligned with your true self. One of the most common invisible attachments is the desire for things to stay the same, Stability brings comfort, but attachment to sameness brings stagnation. You may resist growth opportunities without noticing it. You may cling to routines even when they limit you. You may fight change even when it leads somewhere better. Seeing this attachment helps you embrace evolution instead of fearing it. Invisible attachments also live in relationships. You may cling to people not because they are good for you, but because they meet old emotional needs: validation, familiarity, security. You may tolerate behavior that hurts you because you are attached to the idea of who you believe they should be. You may fear setting boundaries because you are attached to being liked. Recognizing these attachments transforms how you relate to others. Uncovering these attachments requires deep honesty, but not harshness. You must observe your reactions, your behaviors, your fears, and your desires with curiosity. When you catch yourself reacting strongly, ask what attachment is being threatened. When you feel anxious, ask what expectation is being challenged. When you feel jealous or insecure, ask what hidden desire is unfulfilled. This practice also requires awareness of how attachments show up in the body. Tightness in the chest may signal fear of losing control. Tension in the stomach may point to fear of judgment. Pressure in the throat may reveal the attachment to being heard or understood. The body speaks before the mind does. When you learn to listen, hidden attachments become visible. Releasing these attachments does not mean rejecting your desires. It means seeing them clearly enough to choose consciously. Attachment forces your hand. Awareness gives you choice. You stop clinging. You stop resisting. You stop fearing change. You begin acting from clarity rather than unconscious need. As these attachments loosen, suffering decreases. Your expectations soften. Your reactions become less intense. Your disappointments feel lighter. You become more flexible, more peaceful, more authentic. Life stops feeling like a battle you are constantly losing because you let go of the invisible rules that once controlled you. Over time, you become someone who can navigate life with openness instead of clinging, with awareness instead of denial, with freedom instead of fear. You begin seeing yourself clearly, not as a collection of hidden attachments, but as someone capable of letting go and growing continuously. Every day is a new chance to become a better you, and identifying your invisible attachments becomes the key to dissolving suffering you didn't know was silently shaping your life. As you begin uncovering those hidden attachments, something profound shifts in the background of your mind. The fog around your reactions begins to thin. You start recognizing why certain moments trigger you so deeply. You understand why some fears hold on longer than others. You see how unspoken desires quietly pull your decisions. And with this clarity, a new realization starts rising. Your mind is constantly slipping out of the present. It drifts into the past when regret calls. It leaps into the future when anxiety whispers. It relives old wounds. It rehearses worst-case scenarios. It clings to memories. It chases imagined outcomes. And most of this happens without your awareness. You begin noticing that a huge part of your suffering does not come from what's happening right now, but from the mind's time travel. Its habit of running into a past you can't change or a future you can't control. And this realization prepares you for the next essential step in your transformation. There is a way to reclaim your mental power, a way to bring your awareness back from the places where it gets lost, a way to step out of regret, step out of fear, and return to the present moment with clarity and strength. Every day is a new chance to become a better you. And this lesson reveals how mastering mental time travel frees you from old pain and future worry, giving you your life back, one moment at a time. Most people don't know they're time traveling mentally. They believe they are thinking, analyzing, planning. But what they are really doing is reliving or pre-living moments that drain their energy. Regret pulls them backward, anxiety pushes them forward, and the present becomes a place they pass through without actually experiencing. Mental time travel begins in childhood. You learn to anticipate danger. You learn to replay painful events so you won't repeat mistakes. You learn to scan the future for signs of threat. These skills once kept you safe, but now they keep you anxious. They pull your attention away from the only place where change is possible, the present. Mastering mental time travel begins with awareness. You train yourself to notice when your mind leaves the moment. You don't fight the thought. You don't judge the thought. You simply name it. This is regret. This is fear. This is anticipation. This is replaying. Naming the drift breaks its spell. Awareness interrupts the automatic pull. The next step is to gently return your attention to what is real right now. Your breath, your senses, the feeling of your body, the movements you are making. This anchors you in the present, where the mind cannot suffocate you with memories or predictions. Returning to the present is not denial, it is choosing clarity over spirals. To dissolve regret, you begin by seeing the truth of the past. The past cannot be changed, but your relationship with it can. Regret is the mind trying to rewrite what already happened. It imagines different choices, different outcomes. It punishes you for not knowing then what you know now. But regret collapses when you meet it with compassion instead of shame. You remind yourself, I acted from the awareness I had at that time. This is not an excuse. It is a truth that frees you. The next step in dissolving regret is extracting the lesson without keeping the wound open. You acknowledge what the past taught you, then you release the emotional grip. You use the experience as wisdom rather than as a weapon against yourself. This shift turns regret into guidance rather than torment. Anxiety works similarly, but looks forward instead of backward. Anxiety is the mind rehearsing pain before it happens. It is the mind trying to protect you by imagining every possible threat. But this protection hurts you more than the imaginary dangers ever could. Anxiety dissolves when you stop giving so much power to what has not yet occurred. The first step in dissolving anxiety is recognizing future-based fear. You tell yourself, this is my mind projecting into the future. The moment you label it, you create distance. You stop merging with the fear. You begin watching it instead of drowning in it. The next step is grounding yourself in the present. Anxiety cannot survive in the present moment because the present is concrete. Anxiety feeds on what-ifs, not what is. When you focus on what is in front of you, the fear loses its fuel. Another important method is separating preparation from obsession. Preparation is grounded. It looks at what can be done. Obsession is chaotic. It imagines scenarios that may never happen. You learn to prepare calmly without spiraling emotionally. This balance gives you confidence instead of panic. Mastering mental time travel also means understanding the emotional roots of your thoughts. Regret often comes from guilt. Anxiety often comes from insecurity. When you trace these feelings back to their source, you see that they are not about the past or the future, they are about self-beliefs formed long ago. This awareness allows you to shift your identity rather than chasing thoughts endlessly. You also learn to question your thoughts gently. The mind often presents imagination as truth. It exaggerates danger. It assumes worst outcomes. It minimizes your strengths. Ask softly, is this thought true? Is this fear a fact or a guess? Does this memory define me or simply describe a moment? These questions weaken the power of the thought. Another powerful practice is using the breath to interrupt time travel. Slow breathing signals safety to your nervous system. It tells your body that the danger is not real. When the body calms, the mind follows. This physical grounding keeps you from spiraling into old memories or imagined futures. Mastering mental time travel also requires presence training. Small moments throughout your day become anchors. Feeling your steps while walking, listening fully during conversations, noticing sensations while washing your hands. These micro-moments strengthen your ability to stay present. Over time, the mind learns that the present is a safe place to be. Another important aspect is releasing the need to mentally control outcomes. Anxiety often comes from trying to predict everything. Regret comes from trying to rewrite everything. When you accept that you cannot control the past and cannot fully predict the future, your mind relaxes. You return to the only thing you can influence, the moment you are living. This practice also teaches emotional responsibility. You stop blaming your past for your current emotional state. You stop fearing your future as if it is already written. You begin choosing your responses consciously. You begin shaping your life intentionally. Mental time travel mastery also deepens your ability to forgive yourself. Forgiveness becomes easier because you see that the pain of regret is not truth. It is the mind clinging to what is gone. Self-forgiveness pulls you out of the past. It frees your emotional energy. It gives you space to grow. This mastery also strengthens your emotional resilience. When you stop getting pulled into mental stories, you become harder to destabilize. You stop reacting dramatically to small triggers. You become grounded, steady, capable of facing challenges without collapsing into fear or guilt. Another benefit is clarity. When your mind is not cluttered with past pain or future anxiety, decisions feel easier. You sense your direction more naturally. You trust yourself more deeply. Clarity comes from presence, not rumination. Mastering mental time travel also reconnects you with joy. Fear and regret block joy because they live everywhere except the present. But joy lives now. It lives in real experiences, not memories or predictions. When you return to the present, you become able to feel small moments of peace, beauty, and gratitude again. This practice reshapes your entire identity. You stop seeing yourself as someone defined by old mistakes or uncertain futures. You start seeing yourself as someone capable of living fully right now. Someone who can choose wisdom in the moment. Someone who can release what no longer serves them. Eventually, your mind becomes a calmer place. Not because your past changed, not because your future is guaranteed, but because you learned to stop abandoning the present. You learned to stay. You learned to breathe. You learned to soften the mental habits that once controlled you. Every day is a new chance to become a better you, and mastering mental time travel gives you the power to step out of regret, step out of fear, and finally reclaim your life one moment at a time. As you learn to pull your mind back from the past and future, something profound begins taking shape. The noise inside you softens. Your decisions feel clearer. Your emotional storms lose their force. You begin experiencing life in a way that feels grounded and awake. And as this grounded awareness grows, you start noticing something else. Your environment matters. The people around you influence your thoughts, your energy, your beliefs, your habits, and even your sense of self more than you ever realized. Some lift you, some drain you, some awaken your strength, some reinforce your wounds. And this truth leads you into the next stage of transformation, one that every spiritual path emphasizes: the power of noble friendships. There are people who come into your life and quietly shift your direction, not with force, but with presence. People whose values strengthen your own. People who challenge you to grow without shaming you. People who awaken the best parts of you simply by being who they are. These people are rare, and when you begin living with awareness, you understand why they matter more than any achievement you could chase alone. Every day is a new chance to become a better you, and this lesson reveals how noble friendships shape your destiny by influencing the person you are becoming. Most people underestimate how deeply the people around them influence their inner world. You absorb their moods without noticing. You mirror their language. You pick up their habits. You normalize their standards. Friendship is not just emotional connection. It is psychological conditioning. What you accept in others becomes easier to accept in yourself. What you tolerate in your environment becomes easier to tolerate in your identity. This is why noble friendships hold such importance on the spiritual path. They don't just give you company, they give you direction. A noble friendship is built on values, not convenience. Many people choose relationships out of comfort, habit, or fear of loneliness. But noble friendships arise from alignment in integrity, growth, kindness, and self-awareness. When you connect with someone who shares these values, the friendship becomes a mirror of your potential. They reflect the version of you that you are trying to step into. One of the most powerful aspects of noble friendships is that they challenge you without hurting you. They push you to grow, but not from superiority. They question your blind spots with compassion. They hold you accountable because they want to see you flourish, not because they want to feel above you. Their honesty feels supportive, not threatening. In their presence, you become more honest with yourself. Noble friendships also expand your emotional world. When you surround yourself with people who communicate clearly, you learn to communicate more honestly. When you're around people who express emotions with maturity, you become more emotionally flexible. When you're with people who take responsibility for their actions, you stop making excuses for your own. Their emotional maturity influences your own internal evolution. Another gift of noble friendships is stability. These people don't thrive on drama, chaos, or emotional games. They don't manipulate. They don't create unnecessary tension. They don't drain your energy. Instead, they offer calmness. They offer presence. They offer steadiness in a world that constantly pulls you into urgency and noise. This stability becomes a foundation for your spiritual growth. Noble friendships also deepen your self-respect. When you are treated with honesty, kindness, and consistency, you stop settling for less. When someone listens to you fully, you learn to listen to yourself more deeply. When someone respects your time, your boundaries, and your journey, you learn to do the same. Their treatment of you rewires your internal standards. You begin expecting from yourself the same quality of presence they offer you. These friendships also influence your discipline. When you surround yourself with people who pursue their goals with sincerity, you feel inspired, not pressured, to rise to your best. Their dedication awakens your own. Their progress makes you believe in your possibilities. Their determination becomes a source of fuel that strengthens your consistency. Noble friendships teach you the art of giving without losing yourself. You learn how to support others while maintaining your boundaries. You learn how to show up for someone in struggle without carrying their emotional load. You learn how to love with clarity, not attachment. These friendships model healthy connection, teaching you how to be both caring and grounded. Another powerful effect of noble friendships is that they activate your courage. When you have people who believe in your potential, you take risks you once avoided. You pursue dreams that once scared you. You speak truths you once buried. Their belief in you strengthens your belief in yourself. Courage grows in spaces where you feel safe to be seen. These friendships also help you shed old identities. When you change, some relationships hold you to who you used to be, but noble friendships allow you to evolve. They celebrate your growth. They encourage your transformation. They see your becoming, not just your history. This freedom to grow is one of the rarest gifts a relationship can give. Noble friendships deepen empathy. You start recognizing that every person carries struggles you cannot see. You become more patient, more understanding, more compassionate. This ability to understand others without absorbing their pain is vital for emotional balance. Another profound effect is the elevation of your standards. When you surround yourself with people who choose peace over drama, integrity over shortcuts, and growth over stagnation, your baseline shifts. You stop tolerating toxic behavior. You stop entertaining relationships that drain you. You stop participating in habits that weaken you. You rise because your environment rises with you. Noble friendships also help you heal old wounds. When someone treats you with respect after years of experiencing disrespect, something inside you softens. When someone shows you emotional safety, old fears loosen. When someone teaches you through example that love can be steady and gentle, old trauma begins to unravel. Healing often requires relationships that show you what healthy connection feels like. These friendships also model healthy conflict. They show you that disagreements do not have to be battles. They show you that honesty does not have to be harsh. They show you that vulnerability does not have to be dangerous. Through these interactions, you learn that connection can deepen through conflict when handled with care. Noble friendships also remind you of your values. In a world that constantly pulls you into distraction, comparison, or superficial goals, these relationships bring you back to what truly matters. They ground you. They remind you to live in alignment. They keep your intentions clear. Another important aspect is that these friendships are reciprocal. You don't carry the entire emotional weight. You don't overgive or overfunction. You contribute, they contribute. Balance flows naturally. There is respect for each other's boundaries, time, and emotional needs. This kind of relationship fosters longevity. These aren't friendships that burn fast and fade. They grow slowly, deepen steadily, and last because they are built on truth, not convenience. They survive challenges. They withstand distance. They adapt to life changes. They remain because they are rooted in shared values. Noble friendships also influence your sense of purpose. When you see people around you living with intention, you naturally become more intentional. Their growth fuels your motivation. Their wisdom strengthens your clarity. Their courage encourages your leaps. Most importantly, noble friendships shape your destiny by shaping your identity. You become like the people you spend time with, not because you imitate them, but because your nervous system adapts to the emotional environment you live in. When you surround yourself with people who are growing, healing, learning, and living consciously, you cannot help but grow alongside them. Eventually, you look at your life and realize that these friendships did something extraordinary. They helped you become someone you are proud of. Every day is a new chance to become a better you, and choosing noble friendships becomes one of the most powerful forms of self-transformation, guiding your path more gently and more deeply than you ever expected. As you surround yourself with noble friendships, you begin to notice something subtle but powerful happening inside you. When you spend time around people who value truth, growth, and emotional awareness, you naturally start turning inward more often. Your conversations deepen, your self-reflection sharpens, your need for constant stimulation weakens, and gradually you start craving something most people avoid: quiet. This quiet is not emptiness. It is not loneliness. It is not absence. It is presence. It is space. It is truth. Silence begins calling you because silence is the only place where your inner world becomes clear enough to see. And this leads you directly into the next stage of your transformation, learning from silence itself. There is a kind of silence that does not come from lack of sound, but from lack of distraction. A silence that reveals things you could not hear before. A silence that mirrors your real motivations, fears, and desires with an honesty that no conversation ever could. Every day is a new chance to become a better you, and this lesson reveals how silence becomes one of the most powerful teachers on your path. Silence is often uncomfortable because it strips away the noise that keeps you distracted from yourself. Noise is protection. Noise fills the space where your truths would otherwise rise. Noise numbs the discomfort of facing your internal world. But growth begins when noise falls away. In silence, you encounter the parts of yourself that have been drowned out for years. The first step in learning from silence is simply being willing to sit with it, not filling it with music or scrolling or thinking compulsively, but letting stillness settle around you. When you sit in silence without trying to escape it, something begins to unravel inside you. Your mind slows. Your breath deepens. The emotional dust you've been carrying becomes visible. In silence, you begin hearing your motivations clearly. You start noticing which desires come from craving recognition and which come from genuine purpose. You see the difference between wanting something because it aligns with your truth and wanting something because you fear being left behind. Silence brings clarity that action alone cannot. Silence also reveals your fears, not in a dramatic way, but as soft shadows at the edge of your awareness. You notice the subtle worries that guide your choices, the fears you never said out loud, the old wounds that still shape your reactions. In silence, these fears lose their power to hide. You finally see them, and seeing them is the first step to dissolving them. Another gift of silence is that it helps you confront desires you've been denying. Sometimes you want things you're afraid to admit: a different life path, a deeper relationship, a boundary you've been avoiding, a change you've delayed. Noise lets you run from these truths. Silence takes away the hiding place. It gives you a chance to acknowledge what you truly want without judgment. Silence also teaches you to slow your internal pace. Many people live mentally 3 steps ahead of themselves, constantly planning, analyzing, predicting, preparing. This mental speed creates anxiety. Silence interrupts the momentum. It teaches the nervous system to rest. It teaches the mind to soften. It teaches the heart to breathe. One of the most powerful practices in silence is observation. You watch your thoughts arrive and leave. You watch sensations rise and fade. You watch emotions move through you like waves. You learn that nothing inside you stays forever. In silence, impermanence becomes real, and when you understand impermanence deeply, suffering decreases because you stop clinging to every emotion or thought as if it defines you. Silence also helps you see where your energy leaks. When the world quiets, you start noticing how much mental space is consumed by unnecessary worries, imagined conversations, self-criticism, and old stories. This awareness becomes a turning point. Once you see where your energy goes, you can begin reclaiming it. Another aspect of silence is that it teaches discernment. In noise, every thought feels important. Every emotion feels urgent. Every desire feels like a command. But in silence, you learn to sense the difference between impulses and intuition. Impulses feel frantic. Intuition feels calm. Impulses shout. Intuition speaks softly. Silence trains you to hear the soft voice beneath the noise. Silence also strengthens your emotional resilience. When you can sit with your thoughts without running, avoiding, or numbing, you develop a strength that few people have. You learn to hold your own discomfort. You learn to soothe your own nervous system. You learn to be present with yourself in all states, not just the pleasant ones. This resilience carries into everyday challenges. When the mind learns to be still, you stop collapsing into panic when things don't go your way. You stop reacting impulsively. You stop being controlled by external chaos. Silence builds a core inside you that remains steady regardless of the noise around you. The Dharma of silence also teaches humility. In silence, you realize how little you actually control. You see how much of your suffering came from trying to force life into a shape that never fit. But silence also shows you how much inner control you do have over your reactions, your interpretations, your choices, your focus. This balance becomes a source of peace. Silence also deepens your creativity. When the mind stops filtering the world through fear and noise, ideas emerge naturally. Solutions become clearer. Insights rise without force. Creativity is born from quiet space, not mental pressure. This practice also improves your communication. When you spend time in silence, you learn the value of speaking only when your words come from clarity rather than emotion. You stop talking to fill space. You stop reacting to defend ego. You begin speaking with intention, which strengthens every relationship in your life. Silence also heightens your awareness of what drains you and what nourishes you. You start to see which habits cloud your mind, which people pull you out of alignment, which environments tighten your chest, which situations leave you feeling small. This awareness helps you make choices that protect your inner peace. Another powerful effect of silence is that it reveals your true desires, not the desires shaped by society, fear, or comparison, but the desires that rise from your authentic self. These desires feel steady, grounded, and meaningful. They become the compass for your next steps in life. Silence also shows you where your attachments still live. When things feel quiet, you notice what your mind reaches for automatically: validation, distraction, certainty, comfort. Each reach reveals a part of you that is still clinging. Silence makes these attachments visible so you can begin releasing them. Over time, silence becomes a trusted companion, not something to fear, but something that supports you. It becomes a place where you recharge, a place where you reconnect with yourself, a place where you listen to your life, a place where you rediscover your center. Eventually, you realize that silence is not empty. It is full of everything you need to hear. Every day is a new chance to become a better you, and silence becomes the mirror that reveals who you truly are beneath the noise, guiding you to clarity, maturity, and emotional freedom. As silence becomes a place where your inner world reveals itself, you begin to notice something powerful rising beneath all the noise you used to carry. When the distractions fall away, what remains is clearer than you ever expected. Your values, your wounds, your desires, your patterns, your strengths, and the person you are slowly becoming. Silence doesn't only show you what to release, it also shows you what to build. And from this clarity comes the next step on your path, consciously shaping the kind of person you want to be. Up until now, much of your character has been shaped by experience, conditioning, environment, and survival. But once you can hear yourself clearly, you gain the rare opportunity to take conscious control. You can choose what qualities you want to embody. You can sculpt the traits that guide your behavior. You can design the version of yourself you want to grow into, with intention instead of accident. There is a moment in every person's life where they're no longer defined by their past and not yet defined by who they could be. You are in that moment now, and what you choose from here will shape your entire future. Every day is a new chance to become a better you. And this lesson reveals how consciously choosing your virtues becomes the foundation for designing the character you want to live with for the rest of your life. Character design begins with understanding that character is not fixed. You are not limited to the traits you grew up with or the habits you developed unconsciously. Character is shaped through repetition, awareness, and intention. You can train patience, you can grow courage, you can develop humility, you can strengthen compassion, you can sharpen discipline, you can expand integrity, you can choose the virtues that will define your identity. The first step is clarity. You must decide what kind of person you want to be, not based on who others want you to be or who society rewards, but who feels truthful to your core. Silence helps you hear this. You begin sensing qualities you admire in others. You feel pulled toward traits that resonate with your path. You notice which virtues bring you inner peace. These signals guide you toward qualities that match your true nature. The next step is selecting your foundational virtues. These are traits that shape every area of your life, your relationships, your behavior, your responses, your decisions, your moods. Foundational virtues include qualities like honesty, patience, compassion, discipline, humility, courage, and wisdom. You do not need to chase all of them at once. You choose a few that feel essential to your highest self, and you begin cultivating them with consistency. Character design asks you to treat virtues like skills. You do not become patient by wishing for patience. You become patient by practicing calmness in moments of irritation. You do not become disciplined by fantasizing about discipline. You become disciplined by following through on your commitments even when motivation fades. Virtues grow from action more than intention. This is where silence helps once again. In quiet moments, you see where your character feels stable and where it feels fragile. Silence reveals the gaps between who you are and who you want to be. Maybe you want to embody kindness, but silence shows you a sharpness in your tone. Maybe you want to embody self-control, but silence reveals how quickly impulses take over. These realizations are not judgments, they are starting points. Character design also teaches you that virtues grow one choice at a time. Every moment presents an opportunity to practice the traits you value. When you choose honesty over convenience, you strengthen integrity. When you choose patience over frustration, you strengthen emotional maturity. When you choose compassion over judgment, you strengthen your heart. Repeated choices become patterns. Patterns become habits. Habits become character. Another important part of this process is noticing the traits you want to release. You are not only choosing new virtues, you are outgrowing old patterns. Anger that once protected you may now be holding you back. Perfectionism that once kept you safe may now be suffocating. Avoidance that once helped you survive may now keep you small. Character design requires honesty about the traits that no longer fit the person you want to become. This process also requires self-forgiveness. Growth is not a straight line. You will fall back into old behaviors. You will react from old wounds. You will slip into old habits. This does not mean you are failing. It means you are learning. Character is not built in perfection, but in consistent return to intention. Forgiveness allows progress to continue without shame slowing you down. Another powerful aspect of character design is aligning your environment with your chosen virtues. Virtues grow stronger when supported by the spaces and people around you. If you value calmness, but your environment is chaotic, you'll need to make changes. If you value honesty, but your relationships reward pretending, you'll need to shift dynamics. Your surroundings influence your character, so choosing wisely becomes essential. Character design also teaches emotional responsibility. Virtues are not about pretending to be flawless. They are about choosing your responses with awareness. For example, courage does not mean feeling fearless. It means acting despite fear. Compassion does not mean ignoring your boundaries. It means caring without self-abandonment. Humility does not mean minimizing yourself. It means staying open and teachable. Virtues require nuance, not performance. As you cultivate virtues, your sense of identity begins to shift. You stop seeing yourself as someone shaped only by past experiences. You begin to see yourself as someone who can consciously choose who they are becoming. This increases your confidence. It deepens your self-respect. It strengthens your sense of purpose. You begin trusting your ability to grow. Another essential part of character design is consistency. Virtues grow through repetition. You practice them in small moments every day. Not for approval, not for applause, but because they align with your inner truth. Over time, these consistent choices create profound change. You don't need dramatic transformation. You need steady practice. Character design also asks you to track your growth, not through strict measurement, but through observation. You notice when you respond differently than before. You notice when you remain calm in situations that used to overwhelm you. You notice when honesty becomes natural, not forced. You notice when generosity feels effortless, not draining. These moments are proof that your character is evolving. This process also requires balancing ambition with compassion. You cannot force virtues into existence. You cultivate them gently. When you act out of alignment, you reflect, adjust, and continue. You don't shame yourself. You don't rush the process. Virtues grow at the pace that your nervous system can support. Another profound part of character design is how it shapes your relationships. As you embody your chosen virtues, you attract people who resonate with them. Noble friendships become easier to recognize. Toxic relationships become less appealing. Communication becomes smoother. Boundaries become clearer. Relationships shift because your character shifts. Character design also strengthens your purpose. When your virtues are aligned with your actions, you begin living with direction rather than drifting. Decisions become easier because they reflect your values. Confusion decreases because you have an inner compass guiding you. Purpose is no longer something you search for, it becomes something you express. Over time, your chosen virtues become automatic. They become part of your identity, not because you forced them, but because you nurtured them consistently. You begin living from your higher self rather than your old patterns. Life feels more aligned, more meaningful, more grounded. And eventually, you realize something profound. Character design is not about becoming perfect. It is about becoming intentional. It is about choosing the traits that bring you peace, strength, and authenticity. It is about building a self you are proud to live with every day. Every day is a new chance to become a better you, and consciously choosing your virtues becomes the blueprint for shaping a life rooted in integrity, wisdom, and inner freedom. You've walked through some of the deepest layers of transformation, step by step, breath by breath, truth by truth. And now you can feel it, can't you? Something inside you has shifted. Not in a dramatic, loud way, but in a steady, grounded, undeniable way. You've learned how each morning gives you a reset, how small changes reshape your identity, how ethical choices build momentum, how pausing before acting rewrites patterns that once controlled you, how kindness toward your future self changes the direction of your life, how discomfort can guide you, how ambition becomes freedom when you release attachment, how ordinary tasks can awaken mindfulness, how quiet decisions sculpt your character, how patience multiplies every effort you make, how softening the ego brings peace, how emotions become wisdom when you listen, how honest self-confrontation heals shame, how balanced effort prevents burnout, how unseen attachments create silent suffering, how reclaiming the present dissolves regret and fear, how noble friendships lift your destiny, how silence becomes your teacher, and how consciously choosing your virtues shapes the person you are becoming. All of these lessons point back to one simple truth. Every day is a chance. Every breath is a doorway. Every moment is an invitation to rise a little higher than before. You don't have to transform overnight. You don't need a perfect plan. You don't need permission. You only need the willingness to begin again and again, gently, with awareness, with compassion, with presence. So take this with you tonight. You are not stuck. You are changing. You are becoming. And tomorrow, when you wake, you will meet a new version of yourself, one shaped by everything you've learned here. Before you go, tell me something in the comments. Which lesson spoke to your heart the most? Your answer might be the spark someone else needs. And if you want more wisdom like this, guidance that helps you grow, heal, and awaken, make sure you subscribe to the channel. You'll never miss the next step on your journey. A new chance is waiting for you tomorrow. Rest well, grow gently, and become a little better every day.